Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, August 9th. We are beginning with a proclamation which Greg is going to read, and the mic is right here. You just need to turn it on.
All right. This is exciting.
It is. And sad.
Exciting a little
Are
bit,
you able to stand?
And sad.
Sad.
Stand.
Sad.
I think we usually stand.
Is this mic on, first of all?
I can stand just fine.
Okay. Now it's on. Can you hear me now? Hello? Test, test.
Doesn't sound like it's on.
Andor, do you have me? It's not going through the room. Well, I'll be loud and we'll all be able to hear this. This is a proclamation and flowers of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Phyllis Mattice. Whereas Phyllis Mattice has held her position as a strong and trusted leader for Pitkin County for 18 years, serving as Human Resources Director, Internal Services Director, Interim Manager, and most recently Deputy County Manager. And whereas it will be difficult to fill Phyllis's shoes because of her endless energy, her unwavering ability to see an upside in difficult situations, and her love and care for the people of Pitkin County. And whereas in challenging times, Phyllis maintained her composure and was decisive with difficult choices. She could draw a line in the sand when necessary. Her clear and steadfast leadership was critical during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas, most recently, Phyllis oversaw human services, public health, and the library in her role as Deputy County Manager, and was a, quote, total gem and incredibly supportive, according to her employees. And whereas, Phyllis would often be found supporting the Aspen thrift shop on her lunch breaks. I had no idea. Her finds typically transformed her office space. Phyllis had a knack for rearranging her space, an act that helped her focus during demanding projects. And whereas, after nearly 2 decades with the county, Phyllis has earned the right to enjoy life's next journey and spend it camping, skiing, gardening, baking, and playing with her grandkids. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County wish to thank Phyllis Mattice for her dedicated service and wish her the best in her well-deserved retirement. Dated this day, 9th of August, 2023. And I just want to make sure, did we actually give her permission to retire? I don't think we've done that.
I think it's supposed to be 2024.
Yeah, I have to give you an unfortunate legal.
2024.
She gets to choose when she retires. I know.
I thought you were given a certain
Yeah.
power when you became a commissioner, and this isn't one of them. Well, congratulations, Phyllis. Come on up. We could use this to 2024 quite easily.
Peacock keeps trying.
Speech.
Oh, geez, speech. 18 years, so it's pretty amazing. I've only had 2 supervisor bosses.
Wow.
Which is pretty amazing for county government. Hillary Fletcher and John Peacock for, I don't know, what was that, 12, 11, somewhere along in there. It's been a wonderful run. I've had amazing people to work with for projects that have impacted the people of Pitkin County positively, which is pretty amazing to be in a position that you get to do that. So I'll thank everybody, thank the commissioners for being there. I was thinking about all the commissioners that I worked for over the years, which was more than the managers, I gotta say. You all turned over a little more. And it's just been great. It's been an amazing run. Thanks to everybody who worked with me. All the departments I supervised, I was thinking about that over the years, has been pretty amazing. So thank you, and thanks for this this honor. I appreciate it. It's been great.
Thanks, Phyllis. And with that bandwidth, that skill set is so impressive. And I just hope that you have in your retirement, have an opportunity to volunteer in some very powerful way to somebody, or maybe not.
I actually already am doing so. I don't know why. I just can't stop. And I'll still come up so I can go to
Send
the
these
thrift
with you.
shop.
Right, thrift shopping is still available to you. All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Oh, she wants to get a picture.
Well, I'm gonna put those down. 'Cause that's heavy.
I did not think this day would come.
Well, we've been terrified.
Yeah,
of it.
me either.
Thank you, Rosa.
Let me tell ya.
Kept extending and extending.
Okay, all right, so-
They weigh a ton. I could dish the water. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Craig.
Thanks.
Okay, do we have any additions or deletions? Wait. We're done.
What, she's leaving already? We have her through tomorrow.
Do we have any changes to the schedule today?
There are no changes to the agenda today.
Okay, so then we have public comment. Is there anybody here who would like to comment on an item which is not on today's agenda? Ellen, come on up.
I guess is it on? Yes, it's on. My name is Ellen Anderson. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen who also lives under the flight path in Aspen Village, and I have two quick things. The first one is I just reviewed the last airport triennial. That's the FAA mandated full-scale exercise that's supposed to be done every 3 years. The last one was done in 2021. And with my background in emergency management, I remember the saying, plan for the worst and hope for the best. And I was kind of surprised when I looked at that triennial that the scenario that was designed was not planning for the worst. It was a CRJ coming in, but only 7 trauma reds out of a possible 70 people. And actually in the scenario, there were only 50 people on board. So I, from my retired standpoint, do not think that was planning for the worst. Even in the Gulf Stream, we had 17, unfortunately, trauma blacks, but I don't think it was designed to plan for the best. And as it happened, it didn't. The exercise was called off because there was a real emergency that day, so it never was happened. I would suggest there be another triennial while you're in the planning process that really would test an Airbus coming in and a tragedy with an Airbus. My second one is, I've mentioned this a couple times and I've reached out to John Ely. I was very concerned when I watched the video of the July 13th Safety Task Force, and the chair gave what appeared to me, I listened very carefully, to be legal advice that the Safety Task Force was no longer subject to, and what he said was the Open Records Law, and he later corrected it to be the Open Meetings Law. I'm concerned about that because I believe that every task force and subcommittee is subject to open meetings. I haven't heard anything back from John Ely, and the other comment that concerned me that the chair said was, well, now that we're in the implementation phase, we're more like staff. And I don't think that appointed task force or subcommittees are like staff. I think they're very different. I'd like a clarification on that.
Okay, well, hopefully when you hear from John, you'll have clarification on both of those.
Okay, I reached out to him the 17th, which is 3 weeks ago. So when do you think I might be able to hear from him?
I can't speak for John.
Okay. My other very quick comment is, since we are your constituents, it's really hard to condense things into 3 minutes. I would really respectfully ask that you let public talk for 5 minutes. We work so hard, and to try to condense everything into 3 minutes, especially when you have more than one issue, is really difficult, and I don't think it gives the public, it's not an even playing field, that's for sure. Would you consider giving the public a few more minutes?
We will consider it, yes. Thank you. Well, duly noted.
Okay, and how will we find out the answer?
No, as chair, I usually make that decision depending on how many people are speaking, how much they have to say, how contentious an issue is. And so I don't necessarily cut people off at 3 minutes, and I've noticed that previous commissioners as chairs have exercised that same flexibility. So I think it'll probably stay like that. It'll be flexible according to the chair or the request of other commissioners. But we can discuss it as a group
Well,
of
then as
commissioners.
a
that are future.
corollary, my request would be if you give one person, I remember Tom Sitch and Barry Vaughn have been given extra time, and then when I asked for equal time, I was told no. I'd just like to make it a level playing field. That's my request.
Okay, thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak? Anybody online, Rosa? Is there anybody online who'd like to speak? Please raise your hand or hit star 9, I think. Okay. Then we're going to close the public hearing and public comments and go to commissioner comments. Do we have any commissioner comments today? Yes, Greg.
Yeah, one, just thinking back to yesterday's meeting where we discussed the Maroon Bells plan and the bike path and what to do about bicycle traffic and potential for accidents on Maroon Bells. It was interesting, after the meeting, I was walking out and a citizen who's pretty engaged and pays a lot of attention said, well, what if you just brought in more rangers to patrol on bikes on the Bells Road? That could, and I realized that kind of like would make a lot of sense to have perhaps more people on the road up there on the busiest times, perhaps on bicycles themselves, or at least paying attention to at least monitor and remind people about best practices for riding bicycles. And I was just thinking, we call this is our gem. The Maroon Bells is really, it's like going to a sacred space for us. It's a church or it's a museum. It's the Louvre for us, right? And why don't we have docents on the road making sure people, follow the rules and stay safe? So I thought that was a great suggestion from a citizen, and I just wanted to put it out there as something for our committees to consider. But perhaps we could solve some of the problems there just by having more people on the ground who can be authorities and gently guide people in the right direction.
So you're thinking like OST or Forest Service Rangers?
Sure, yeah, or the Forest Conservancy group is already up there. Perhaps some of them would be willing to be on bicycles. You can imagine people from the local cycling community might be willing to take a shift. Just a thought. It
Interesting
may be a
idea.
lot cheaper than $16 million.
Yep, might be. Okay.
Thanks.
Any comments, Kelly?
Sure, I'll comment. I will wish everyone who's preparing their children for the coming school year all of the luck and patience and that they may need in getting back on schedule and sending children off to college, perhaps for the first or second or third or fourth or fifth time. And maybe just a public service reminder that back to school is a great time to get caught up on childhood vaccines, and that you can visit your primary care doctor or community health services at the Schultz building to learn about those schedules and make appointments for those. Thank you.
Okay, I was just going to comment on the impending 10 days ahead of us without rain, it looks like, again. And it's my want to wish for rain all the time, but we're cutting hay now, so I'm holding off on that wish for a little while. And this is our second cutting, so we're hoping for a third. So I'm hoping it goes well for us and for other agriculture people in the valley as we face another week or whatever without rain. So thank you. Okay. Now we're going to go on to individual consideration items. These are first readings set for public hearings on August 23rd, 2023. And the first one is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BOCC, the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, Town of Snowmass Village, and the Town of Basalt to provide detoxification and withdrawal management in Pitkin County. Lindsay Maish, I see, and Sam Land-Casper are online to talk to us about this. Welcome, guys.
Hello. Hi. Hey, everybody. Ooh, there's some echo. Okay, that's okay. Are we good? Yeah.
Good.
Hi, everyone. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services for Pitkin County. Thanks for having us here today. We're going to talk with you a little bit about what's happening with the withdrawal management IGA. No really big major changes this year that we're seeing. This is something that we've historically funded with these partners over the years. In the last year, we saw a little bit of a change with the with the funding model that we used. We had a pretty complicated funding model for a while that was based on liquor licenses, location, and some other things. And we agreed across the board in the last year that we were going to just do straight percentages for each of the different funding entities. So the way that that looks is that Aspen Valley Hospital contributes 30% of the total budget. City of Aspen contributes 27% of the total budget. Picking County, 25%. Town of Snowmass Village, 9%. And Town of Basalt, 9%. And the way that we came up with those numbers was just based on usage in the actual withdrawal management facility. So that was a change that was made last year. And what we're looking into next year is really considering the use of this facility. We've seen some of the numbers go down over the last few years. We're starting to see them go up a little bit, but we're going to be doing a pretty robust strategic planning process over the next in 2024 to really identify what the community's needs are, where those gaps exist, and how we as funders can work together to help address some of those things. So we're just bringing this to you today. There's not really any change. There's no budget change, nothing like that from last year to this year, but just wanted to give you all that update.
Okay.
Any questions?
Lindsay, anything from you, Sam? Lindsay got it? Can't hear you,
Yeah, Sam, you're talking. We can't hear you. I don't know why.
Okay.
No,
Lip reading.
said it's fine. I read his lips.
All right. Do we have any questions for Lindsay?
No
Well,
question for me.
then,
I'm good.
I suppose I don't have a question, more of a comment. I'm very much looking forward to the strategic planning process that is forthcoming and better understanding what the gaps of care are in the community. I also am honing in a little bit on a comment in the AIS that related to behavioral health administrations, creating new barriers, which I don't think was the goal we all sought when, embarking and participating in the behavioral health evaluation at the state and support for reform. So I would welcome understanding that better and raising that up through our legislative partners as necessary and helpful.
Yeah, what we're seeing, Kelly, it's the barriers that we're starting to see that went into effect on July 1st of this year are that so if we look at the whole system of care for behavioral health and mental health, crisis services has always, even for us as a community, been a hot spot where it's very hard to figure out kind of it's hard to get good data. It's hard to understand what the needs are in the community. We've started to identify through the mental health access program quite a few different areas or gaps that exist locally for us. And some of those things are then layered with the changes that are happening at the Behavioral Health Administration. So I'll give you a couple of examples. So crisis services now is no longer, their mobile response is no longer allowed to respond to, I'm not going to be able to name them all because there's quite a few, but I'll try to do my best. They're no longer allowed to, through the mobile crisis contract, respond to the hospital, to the jail, to detox, to the school district. And I think they included nursing facilities in there as well. Which is creating a whole nother barrier for how those entities get help or get the crisis support that they're needing in those moments. So we're seeing that change happen. There's also another one where they're requiring that each crisis is responded to with a peer, not a peer, but like it's kind of like a co-response, but for crisis. So the crisis providers are really being tasked with building up this system in a different way than it's ever really functioned before. And that too is starting to create some, I would say some provider barriers in terms of staffing up and making sure that they can get people there, as many people there as they can when the crisis occurs. So that's the big area right now, Kelly, that we're seeing those changes is in crisis. But it affects our detox because historically, crisis clinicians have been able to go to our detox if someone's under the influence and also suicidal. once they are no longer under the influence, they can be assessed at the detox to make sure that they're safe. And we're being told that they can no longer do that. So it's kind of creating a new sort of donut hole in our community that we're trying to really get a grasp of. And I think the strategic planning process is going to really help us, because we're going to have good data from the project that we've been kicking off over this last year. And we have all the partners that I think we need at the table there.
Okay. Well, I'm worried about what you're saying here. I hate to envision a scenario, we've just, remind me, we contracted with Aspen Strong. They have a new name now for the mobile crisis.
Headquarters. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're actually contracting with the Hope Center.
Oh, thank you.
With Aspen Hope Center.
Okay.
Yep. Mhm.
So they're not, if someone is having suicidal ideations at the school, they're not able to respond to that at the school's request?
I believe they have to have a separate contract. Yes, and I think they do. So that's what's happening, is to kind of address this barrier. The hospital now has a separate contract with the Hope Center. The schools have a separate contract. I believe, so they're trying to kind of set this up, but there are some providers that aren't able to contract with them, essentially. So
A lot to manage, sure.
it's a lot. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Lindsay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Well, then we'll look for a motion.
Okay, I'll move to approve on first reading and set for public hearing on August 23rd, a resolution of the BOCC approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BOCC, the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, Town of Snowmass Village, and Town of Basalt to provide detox and withdrawal management in Pickens County.
I'll second that.
And I'll just note quickly, I think Chief Knott from Basalt might be on the line. If you want to double check, I'm not sure if he is joining us to comment on
Thank you.
this.
Thank you. There might be some others as well. I think we may have had
Oh, that's not
the
public
hospital
hearing.
representation, and
What's set for public hearing? This is
maybe
not public hearing.
maybe Snowmass.
Hi,
There's
this is
Chief.
Greg with Basalt PD. I don't know if you can see me. I have no comment. I just wanted to be here.
Okay, great. Well, thank you then. Okay, so we will vote. There are three of us in the room, Greg Pushman, Kelly Curie, and myself, and Steve is online, and Patty is on vacation in Scotland. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lindsay and Sam.
Thank you. We have one more, so we'll
Yeah,
stick
and
around.
the next one is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BOCC and the City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, Town of Snowmass Village, to support the emergency winter overnight shelter at the Schultz Health and Human Services Building. Take it away, Lindsay.
Good. Thank you. Okay, so another one where we're not seeing any changes this year, but we anticipate seeing changes in the next year. What we're learning through our mental health access program is that a lot of the clients who are accessing withdrawal management are also accessing the services at the homeless shelter, are also accessing services through a lot of our mental health providers as well. So we do think, so none of again, for the budget, none of the amounts have changed in this IGA for this next year. There is some concern that we will be addressing over the next few months. We're going to be going to different councils to present just kind of this broad picture of what's happening in this landscape. Because we really kind of need to look at those amounts and start to drill down on what makes the most sense for each of the municipalities and who else wants to come to the table to help support this. What we're finding with the homeless shelter, which is really interesting, they've had great success, both engaging and getting people into housing. And what we're finding is that it's kind of being used also as backup to withdrawal management, because there are less licensure requirements for the homeless shelter than there are for the withdrawal management program. So Recovery Resources has provided some data for us around how many people came in to access withdrawal management, however, opted out and wanted to leave, but instead stayed for the night at the shelter. So it's really kind of functioning in a different way than we had thought it might, because it's a very low barrier shelter. So this is another area I think we have to look at really closely and understand what need is this filling and how do we move forward with our partnerships.
So if somebody comes in under the influence, they can stay at the shelter?
They sure can. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a lot different than some of them. It's incredibly helpful.
Yep, very low barrier. That was one of the things we required, was that it needed to be a low barrier homeless shelter so that it could serve the individuals who were at risk, especially in the winter time, and were under the influence. Oh, there's one more thing I wanted to mention too. They have been able to get funding through different state grants, like through DOLA and the Department of Housing, that has allowed them to keep the shelter open year round. So it is now not only a winter shelter, it's running for the whole year with the same amount that we funded through last year.
And what is our rate of occupancy?
Yeah, so there's the bed count in the shelter is 12 beds. That's what it's capped at. They are averaging, I think, I'm just trying to remember the data. I want to say between 8 and 12 people a night.
Wow.
They're not going over, which is really good. It seems to be meeting the need right where it's at. And yeah, so I think they're busy in there in the shelter.
Any other questions?
I'd just ask, so Recovery Resources is the coordinating entity, is that, okay. They seem to be doing a fantastic job. Over the years, they've become more and more essential. And I'm really gratified to see all the municipalities in the county pitching in to make this happen. It seems like we've gone from years ago pretending it wasn't a problem to actually addressing it well, and everybody's coming to the table. And so appreciate that. I'm getting some interesting echo there.
Yeah,
No, it's from Lindsay, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
I think that's it. Just, now if somebody is homeless and they call Recovery Resources, how long can they expect to be homed, to be housed? It's kind of open-ended for some people, right?
Yeah, that really depends on their situation. The way that Recovery Resources they prioritize they have a list, right, of all the individuals that are homeless in Pickens County, and the way that they prioritize it is by the people that are the most vulnerable. So I would say, and the way that there's an assessment tool that they use to basically score how vulnerable an individual is. Like, have they been chronically homeless for more than X amount of time? Have they, do they have a mental health diagnosis? Is there substance use, right? Are they living with a disability? All of those things factor into kind of how they work with these clients and the amount of time they're spending with them to try to get them into housing. I want to say in the last year, I can't remember, John, I don't have the data right in front of me, but I want to say they housed 24 individuals in the last year, which is actually almost as many as we want to see housed for the region each year. So they're doing some pretty cool work out there. We've also you may have remembered the Housing Navigator grants that I brought through. And you all were able to review those and approve. So those are going to be stood up, and that's really about starting to work with landlords, like our big landlords in the local area, to come up with solutions to help house some of these really vulnerable folks.
And Lindsay, I would just add, yeah, we've had a lot of success on the rehousing side in our partnership with Recovery Resources. And the goal that was originally set for the region was based on a snapshot assessment of what the need was. And I think this is a good indicator that the need is probably greater than what we had assessed regionally for these types of services.
Could I just ask one other thing? If someone knows of somebody in a situation, a homeless situation, how do they find Recovery Resources? How do they locate help?
Yeah, so, there's a couple ways, Greg. So anybody can go to Recovery Resources, anybody can look them up online. They pop up pretty quickly. They're a top search for Google. And it's very easy. Their website's really easy. You don't even have to call them. You can go and refer yourself essentially, and then they'll come find you. They have street outreach workers. So a lot of times folks who are unsheltered don't have a phone, right? So they're putting their location where they can actually find people, what they look like, so that they can go and try to engage them out on the streets. So that's one way. And then the other thing that I would say is that because we're the mental health access program, that's one of the criteria that we look at when we discuss cases, is if an individual is homeless. And so that referral is being made through that central system that we're creating as well.
Great, thank you.
So there shouldn't be a wrong door. It should be easy.
And the local police and the sheriff's office would note it, top of the list for them too. Great, thank you.
Oh, yes.
Any other questions? Yeah.
I just was wondering, how is the daytime monitor situation working out?
Yeah, so then what were they called? Community navigators. So they have hired one. They're in the process of hiring another. We've shared a lot of that information with the neighbors as well around Schultz Human Health and Human Services building. And they can be, they're out there. They're out there walking the neighborhoods. They're going to be organizing trash pickups. They're also able to monitor and kind of go check on the bus stops. And when school starts, they'll be out there and they'll have more of a presence as well. So we've given all the neighbors their phone numbers as well. Well, we only have one, so one phone number, but we plan to give them the other when that person's hired, so that they can contact them. Their current working schedule, I believe, is they're working 4 10s Monday through Thursday. One of them is working, and then the other individual is working Thursday through Saturday. So almost full coverage for our community, and really to get out there and help navigate some of the concerns that have come up.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'll look for a motion.
Oh, do you want to do it? I'll do it.
I'll do it.
No, you do
I
it.
will move to approve on first reading and set for public hearing on August 23rd, a resolution of the BOCC approving an intergovernmental agreement with the BOCC, City of Aspen, Aspen Valley Hospital, Town of Snowmass Village to support emergency winter overnight shelter at the Schultz Health and Human Services Building.
I'll second that.
I'm just curious about why it says winter since it's now year-round. Why the resolution?
I tried to change that in the agenda, and it didn't change. It didn't change over. If you look at the titles of the AISs, they actually don't match. It just says it's to support the overnight shelter.
Okay.
So my apologies that didn't match up at the end.
Yeah.
But
No worries.
You have a second chance at second reading.
Yeah.
we'll fix it. We'll fix it up.
Okay. Yes, it does just say overnight shelter. Okay. Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Passes 4-0. Thank you, Lindsay and Sam.
Thank you. And just so you know, I won't be here on August 23rd because I'll probably have a baby. So Sam will be here representing both of these for second reading and public comment.
Okay, great. Good luck.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. Thanks,
Enjoy.
everybody.
Enjoy
Take
it.
care. Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, the next item is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing purchase of a conservation easement from the Aspen Valley Land Trust for the Colorado Outward Bound property, and Paul Holsinger is here.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space and Trails. And I'll introduce some guests we have from Aspen Valley Land Trust, but just to set the stage, we've worked with Aspen Valley Land Trust on several partnerships. Some notable ones are Kaufman Ranch, their main property there just outside of Carbondale, and on the Red Hill Trailhead purchase. Both of those are outside of Pitkin County, just like this one, but they contribute to the citizens of Pitkin County because they are within our watershed. And so this is just like those properties. we've been working with them to advance this project for a few months. They finally were under contract, and so now we're ready to move forward with our ordinance to allocate this funding. I'll have them come up here and let them introduce themselves. And I do have a map, and I'll bring that up as they introduce themselves. Our contribution amount is $500,000. The contract amount is $1.85 million. It works really well with their other property, the Marble Base Camp, which they've already programmed for education. And it's in some really critical wildlife habitat, which we are all aware of, and so we have an opportunity to do some really good protections. And to borrow a phrase from Dale Will, offer the town of Marble an alternative future when it comes to recreation. They don't have to rely on motorized use, but I'll let them go through it. So I'll let.
Yeah, do you want to start?
Sure. My name's Erin Quinn. I'm the Conservation Director at AVLT. Thanks for having us here.
Yeah, my name's Jeff Davlin. I'm the Philanthropy Director for AVLT.
I'm Brian Hightower. I'm the Education Coordinator and Property Manager for so kind of, Swiss Army knife for AVLT.
I can give you just a little bit of background. So Outward Bound in Marble, it's their first outdoor education campus. They're very heartbroken to see it go, but for financial reasons, this is what it's led to. And so they have reached out to AVLT for several years, and with the hopes that this wouldn't be the result, but, in the end, they did need to sell. And so we're very honored to have been selected as the potential buyer. We're under contract with hopes of continuing the outdoor education sort of history there at the property, and it's really lowering the entry level for getting kids outside. There's cabins, theoretically there's running water. We're gonna have a steep learning curve there, but so putting it under a conservation easement is going to be really critical just to prevent the future potential uses. We're trying to safeguard also our next door neighbor property, which is on the map, the sort of diamond shape to the east, which the Aspen School District uses as their outdoor education campus destination currently, and for the past 55 plus years. Would you guys like to add anything?
Sure. If you're familiar with the property in the area, the commercial use and recreational use in Marble has been growing significantly in the past probably 10 years. We've experienced some of those impacts at the AVLT Marble, the Chapin Wright Marble Base Camp, which was acquired in 2016. So when we started discussions with the Outward Bound School, our primary purpose was to protect not just the conservation values associated with the property, but the educational experience that's been offered to many students over 50-some years. And we were very keen to recognize that a potential commercial development or a commercial use of this property would have a heavy impact on our existing base camp, not to mention the critical wildlife habitat. So Brian Hightower has been involved with the Chapin Wright Marble Base Camp and has deep experience in outdoor education and has been leading a lot of what will become a broader program. So you can chime in if you want.
Yeah, not to sell this thing too much, but the nexus of opportunity and necessity, I think, is really the story here. I actually just got a text from a school while I was sitting back there waiting to see if they could use, just because they heard about this from reading the newspaper, to see if their entire school could use the Outward Bound campus, and I had to have her pump the brakes. But there's the demand, as Jeff mentioned, and Aaron mentioned, the entry level to get onto the current AVLT Marble Base Camp is logistically heavy. It's sometimes difficult for staffs, and I'm targeting specifically schools here. And so this property has an opportunity to open up the outdoor education universe to a much broader range of younger students, of staff that don't necessarily need wilderness first aid, wilderness first responder training, all the backcountry sort of knowledge, how to cook safely, how to deal with some of the issues that arise from tent camping or camping or cooking from stoves. But the response already has been pretty overwhelming. All of the schools that we've reached out to, from Aspen all the way down to Glenwood, have been really excited about this opportunity, and we think that if we can activate the property in a way that's really measured and thoughtful, that we'll be able to offer something to local kids that will preserve their own physical and mental health, get them involved in the woods, in nature, and have lasting impact, and I think really change the nature of how we educate students in the Valley. So I'll stop there. I'm just kind of ad-libbing anyways, but I think it's a really exciting thing to be involved with, and so thanks for considering it.
Yeah, and I'll add our part in this, Pickens County's part in this, is we will become a easement holder. We'll have a conservation easement over this property, and I'll share this map of the elk habitat. One of the things that makes it so important to us in the area is that we can work with AVLT to help protect this critical elk concentration and severe winter range, and the conservation easement will put those restrictions in place with the development of a management plan. And we don't know if we would have that opportunity with any other buyer of this property. So Open Space and Trails Board unanimously approved the expenditure of this money. Open Space and Trails staff is in support.
Well, I'm in support too. And this is a really dear place to me. I attended Colorado Outward Bound School in Marble in about 1968 maybe, and then I was an instructor there, I'm not sure, 70 maybe, before I went on to Hurricane Island Outward Bound. So I'm very familiar with the campus and remember vividly going across the Tyrolean Traverse across the river back in the day. And so I'm thrilled that Pickens County is involved with preserving this particular site. Any questions? Yeah, Greg?
Kelly, I think, had her hand up first. Go ahead.
I'm supportive as well. I'm curious, are there water rights associated with the purchase that run to which parties under the easements proposed?
Yeah, so there are water rights, but they're not agricultural or in-stream flow. They're meant for use at the sink, basically, in the showers and the toilets, which we are purchasing. In addition, the water infrastructure, hence why I use the word theoretically, needs a lot of work. We are not unfamiliar with properties that need a lot of work, so we're prepared to do some labor there, but yes, there will be water, which is, again, really lowering that entry point. I mean, that's a huge barrier, carrying in water for kids. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
I wanted to ask a couple of questions. My experience there, of course, I had 8th grade outdoor ed at the school area. I'm wondering, is there an opportunity to use both properties to expand your footprint, and can you expand beyond schools? I'm just thinking about ACE's kids programs, and I'm sure you're thinking about all the other groups who could ship kids up there to have incredible experiences. But okay.
Yes, definitely. We will think of these two properties together as base camp. One will remain as Chapin Wright, and this yet to be named. So if anybody listening has any creative ideas?
To say that I don't know. Andrew Doremus is here, so we can ask him what his favorite experience from the entire Aspen school experience. I think everybody will say it was 8th grade outdoor ed at the camp in Marble, and we all had formative experiences like the Tyrolean Traverse or the first rappel or team building exercises the jog and dip in the river at 6 a.m., all those toughening up and team building and rapport building exercises. I can still hear Coach Kilman yelling at me as I was rappelling off the cliff.
That's great.
And I'm so grateful, and I've been encouraging high school alumni from Aspen to participate and get involved if they can afford to help out one way or another.
Thanks, Greg.
With this. The question I had for Paul is the conservation easement we're placing on this going to inhibit the activities of the school and educational operation at all? Because this is kind of a different animal in a way.
Yeah, no, is my answer. We're basing the conservation easement for the outward bound property on the Chapin Wright base camp, because those two properties will work so closely together. And we don't have the conservation easement on the Marble base camp, so we're relying on AVLT's experience with that. We're putting in certain restrictions that are appropriate for that, but we're trying to keep it open. Recreation and education is a conservation value, so that's what that conservation easement will probably focus on. So.
And does this property control access to the greater elk habitat area? Is this part of like the doorway? I was thinking this is a small part of that entire conservation wildlife critical habitat area, but it's clearly an important one.
Yeah, so to answer that, there are several other, not shown on the map on the screen, but to the west there are several other parcels privately owned, which, maybe one day we'll be able to acquire or conserve. But the real element here with this particular Colorado outward bound property is that it's commercially zoned. So the impacts could have been really great had it been bought by the wrong buyer. And I don't mean that in a negative way, just in terms of habitat preservation and current uses that are compatible with a commercial operation. It could have been really challenging. We'd love to see base camp, if you will, the two properties combined, expand even further to allow, some of these educators an even bigger playground and education, platform. But we shall see. But yeah.
And it's commercial because that was the site of the ski area. Is that correct? Is the ski area just to the north of that? Am I in the right spot?
It's on the other. It's on the other side of the hill. So Daniels Hill basically is the barrier between where the impact map you're looking at now, and then everything where Paul has the arrow is over a ridge.
Okay, it's on the other side. Okay.
Yep.
It's commercially zoned because of outward bound,
Oh, okay. Because of their
operation.
activities.
Yeah, from 61.
So I think we should put the word out to anybody who has an interest in Aspen High School and alumni and all that there's a naming opportunity here, if that's what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just support in general. I mean, we're going to have anybody that wants to help carry out a couch or whatever. There's going to be a lot
carry some
of
lumber up.
Yes, there's going to be a lot of service weekends, and just the more we can get people outside, that's the whole goal. So.
And Greg, I
whatever
appreciate
that looks like.
Sorry, Aaron.
No, go ahead.
The question is great, and I appreciate the supportive comments. That when you're asking about the amount of users and how we do that right now. So when we bought the adjacent base camp a few years ago, the directive really was to grow outdoor ed programs down valley from Aspen, because Aspen was already established. Of course, they have a perpetual right to use that property as well because their involvement in the acquisition. But we started growing the program. And so right now, between the end of August and mid-October, when people start walking around in orange hats with rifles, we basically stop. But between those, in that window, we service anywhere from 300 to 400 kids a year now, outside of the Aspen School District, which is great. We think we can double that amount of users. While we still, and this is the important part, is while we still respect the habitat values that we're, as an organization, are there to protect. So all of the calving windows that we respect during the late spring would still be intact for the Outward Bound base camp as well. And we're trying to do that not only to respect wildlife, but also to use it as a teaching tool for the kids, why we don't do it this way, what's there. And those kind of things become kind of integral, and they are a combined message for the whole region, right? For us, it's part of the essentials.
This is great. Thank you so much.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. A couple of questions. Is there a trail connecting the two properties up there without going down on the road? And do you have plans of putting in a trail if there isn't one? Seems like it would be a good connection. You could have a bigger group using both the sites at the same time.
There's a variety of routes, but to get a formal trail, we'll need to get Forest Service permission. It's certainly the quickest route, though, is just to walk through the forest. So yeah, that's historically what folks have done.
Steve, when the Outward Bound used the property and had their full schedule of programs up there, there was a pirate trail that went from their base camp to what we currently own, and there are elements of that still exist because they were going back and forth to run some of their programming needs on whoever owned the Chapin Wright property at the time. But there's not an official trail.
Okay. And second question, is there a possibility in the future that Outward Bound might want to use for like a week-long session their old Outward Bound campus there?
Yep, that's part of the agreement. You know, conditions and terms to be negotiated, but a lease back option is certainly something that we're open to. We don't want that legacy to die. So if we can be supportive of that, that'd be, we'd be honored. So.
Okay, thanks. And I'm fully supportive of us putting in some money into this project.
Thanks, Steve.
Sounds like a terrific acquisition.
Can I make one more?
Of course.
Just want to say this is such an incredible example of an organization like AVLT being able to work with the county and others to do something that is so valuable in the public interest. I think every community member can look at this with pride and know that they have a stake in it, and it's important. And so I'm really grateful that this is happening.
Thanks, Greg. We're so grateful for the Open Space and Trails staff who've been amazing partners through this and other projects, and it's really heartwarming to hear your support voiced in a venue like this. And you guys have been great leaders on this kind of work. We're very appreciative.
Oh, it's pretty amazing to come back around from a 20-year-old kid.
Full
Hiking those
circle,
hills.
Fancy.
We actually did a lot of our course in Utah. We went over to the Uintas and climbed Kings Peak and ran the Green River, and so we weren't actually on site all that much, but we started and ended the courses there. So anyway, 55 years later, to be back and able to vote to provide some money for its preservation is really exciting.
So you should make the motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion for the first reading set for public hearing on August 23rd for an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing purchase of a conservation easement from the Aspen Valley Land Trust for the Colorado Outward Bound property.
I'll second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
And it passes happily. Thank you, guys. Nice to see you,
Thank
Jeff
you guys
and
very
Brian.
much.
Kelly's kids will be coming there soon.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I may be hiking through there in like 2 weeks, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming.
And our fourth individual consideration item is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing a contract between Pitkin County and the Colorado Department of Human Services for the provision of services by work number. Not quite sure what that means,
It's a mouthful.
but I'm sure you'll teach us.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt McGaugh, Deputy Director of our Human Services. Yes, today I'm here to ask for the board to authorize a contract between Pitkin County and the Colorado Department of Human Services for provision of services by work number. So basically what that is we have an income verification process for our eligibility programs. And so this is a service that is pretty crucial to help assist our technicians in determining who qualifies for what programs in our economic assistance department. So this is a contract that we're renewing, and this is something that the state kind of passes through, that they receive the billing and they pass it through to individual counties. This year we are going to see a pretty significant increase in what we owe, because the state is asking each county to provide a base pay rate. And so that does create about 1,000% increase for us, which is something that we did have conversations with at the state level and with other counties. We all agreed at this point that this is still a crucial service. It's still something that's needed to help provide clear determinations for these mandated programs. So at this point, we've agreed to continue this, and hopefully, this is something that rate can go down, just depending on how the contract works between the state and, I believe the entity is called TOX.
So what is the money actually paying for? The accessing of the funds, or how does that work?
So basically what happens is when we receive someone that would come in and apply for one of our economic assistance programs, we have to verify their income to make sure that they're going to be eligible for that program. Unfortunately, we have to, confirm or deny people certain access to these funds and these services. And so this is the best way. This is the largest company in the United States that has all these, I think they said 54 million Americans' employment and income information. And so it's just a way for us to verify that, and it saves a lot of time for our EA technicians. If we didn't have this service, we may need to look at hiring another person.
I see.
So and so this is definitely one, when we look at the number, it's a big increase. We still think it's a good deal for Pickens County, and it's definitely needed.
It's a little onerous to think of a company that has the records of 54 million of us and our employment history.
I agree.
Interesting.
Yes.
I was wondering why it's called a work number agreement. That's confusing enough right there that I got stuck trying to figure out what they were.
Yeah, Greg, that was something it was something I had to learn this year as I took on this new role and what this was. And obviously this year with that big increase, I had a lot of questions. And so if there's any other clarification, please let me know if there's any other questions I can answer around there.
So these funds give us access to this verification company, whatever the name of the company is.
Yeah, so when we have a case to determine eligibility, one of our workers will request this, and we basically get all the information that's needed for that technician to make that determination. Which is really helpful also because the state can sanction us if we're not accurate in how we determine these. And so we want to be accurate, we want to be timely, and this is definitely one of those services that helps for that.
What information are they providing to you?
So they will verify that someone's employed and who their employer is, and what their income is, what they're paying.
Just for that employer? So
Yes.
wage-based income?
Yes.
I don't love this, I gotta say. It seems like for the small amount of people that we're talking about, we're accessing this gigantic database and contributing to a really big brother sort of entity.
Yes.
I mean, I can see that it makes your lives much easier and helps us avoid another full-time employee in the county, but I don't love it.
Now that you say that, I do think it would be worth seeking what alternatives are out there. As I've learned, that this seems pretty crucial for what the EA technicians are doing. Counties across the state are using this as a service to help with the work that needs to be done. And I will say that the process of determining eligibility for people is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Asking what people make as far as income is not a comfortable process. And our technicians are often trying to get pay stubs and really gather a lot of information that takes people time. So this is also, I think, in somewhat a benefit to our community and those who are applying, that they don't have to go retrieve a lot more of the documentation that may be needed.
Yeah, I see that. But I'm not going to stand in the way of it. I just don't like it. Any other questions or comments? Anything from you, Steve? Okay. Somebody want to make a
All
motion?
right, I'll
then?
make a motion to approve on first reading and set for public hearing and second reading on August 23rd, a resolution of the BOCC authorizing a contract between Pickens County and the Colorado Department of Human Services for provision of services by work number.
Whatever that means.
Second, I'll second the motion.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 I'm going to not vote.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. So it passed 3-0 because I didn't vote. Okay, we're going to move on to individual consideration items. This is a public hearing, and this is the first reading. The first one is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners accepting the recommendations of the Pickens County Airport Advisory Board Flight Tops Safety Task Force, Policy 2023-002, for flight operations safety enhancements at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport Sardi Field, and we have Dan Bartholomew with us, and Barry Vaughn.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. So Dan Bartholomew, Airport Director. I'm joined by Barry today to seeking your approval of a resolution to accept the Safety at the Airport Advisory Board's subcommittee, which is a Safety Operations Task Force. Their primary goal is to seek ways to improve the operations of aircraft at the Aspen-Pickens County Airport. And they've come up with various recommended items to bring forth in this resolution. Those were brought forth to our advisory board on June 15th of this year. And then we came back to this board at the end of July for a first reading, and also a presentation at the July 11th work session. And I believe we were joined by Daniel Baker and Tyson Weiss at that meeting as well. They're also members of this task force and local pilots. And I think Barry, if you'd like, can go into some details about this subcommittee recommendations.
I have a question first.
Mhm.
If we had the first reading in July, why is this a one reading?
Because the board felt like they wanted notice to be done in a particular way for this item, and it hadn't been done on the agenda. So this is the first reading, even though the board did hear it last time.
I knew that question was coming. Okay, great. Take it away, Barry.
This is a one read item, correct?
This is the one read. This is it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here today. Daniel Baker is here. Where's Daniel? And we've got Peter Hutter here off there in the corner under the screen. Brett Detweiler was going to try to appear via Zoom. I think he's got technical difficulties today. But they might want to chime in a little bit and help me with this presentation. Regarding two things regarding the comments of a concerned citizen. With respect to the safety response capability of this community, I usually diametrically opposed on philosophical and technical grounds with pretty much anything that concerned citizen has to say about the airport. But on this one particular thing, I must say, this is in passing, I agree that it's incumbent upon, it's outside the remit of the safety task force to deal, and that's why we're called flight ops, to talk about the accident response capability of our emergency response infrastructure. But that is definitely something, as time goes on, whether flight enplanements and operations increase, decrease, stay the same, whatever, we got to make sure that we're on top of that 100%. Enough said on that.
Well, no, I'd like you to clarify a little bit. I'm not sure I understand.
Yes, please.
So you're saying that it's within your bailiwick to
It is not.
set safety for flight ops, but not for emergency response?
Correct.
Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay.
And what our mandate and the concept from the beginning has been, and that's why actually it was at the suggestion of Sarah Ott of the Airport Advisory Board that we insert the phrase, the word flight ops.
I see.
To make it clear that we're talking about flight operations. That's where our expertise is, not with respect to the emergency response capability of the Valley.
Got it. Great.
But I'm just commenting along the way that on that point, I agree with Ellen Anderson that we need to be ready to deal with whatever
events, hopefully never, transpire, but which could.
But that's not within your purview.
Correct.
Okay.
Francie, can I
Yeah.
just ask a question of Dan? Ellen asked a question about, are we going to ask for a review of the triennial, like, was the triennial done properly? If there was an emergency operation that caused it to be foreshortened or the exercise wasn't completed, are we going to plan a redo? Are we going to look at this again? Are we going to wait 3 years before we address it again? What happens?
Sure. So it just so happened almost to the hour that we were planning on having our, every third year triennial, we do a full-scale emergency drill. Just so happened almost to the hour we had an aircraft that landed and had a gear-up incident. So we are required to go back to the FAA according to our Part 139 recommendations, and we queried them. We said, this was our planned triennial exercise on X date. We had this happen. Is that a surrogate for our Part 139, given we had an actual incident? And we walked them through that, gave them all the after-action reports, and they said, yes, that can fulfill your Part 139 triennial exercise fulfillment for that year. Next year, we have our triennial comes up again, and we'll have a completely different scenario. Hopefully, it's not a live scenario like it was before. But we did meet all of the aspects, and we did receive FAA approval that sufficed for our Part 139 triennial.
Okay. And then who sets the criteria for the type of enactment, a CRJ versus a private jet or something?
So what we do is we prepare a scenario for the FAA. We send that to the FAA. They concur whether that scenario will meet the minimum standards, at least meet the minimum standards for an FAR Part 139 triennial exercise for a facility of our ARF index, meaning a certain size aircraft that currently uses the airport. And it has to be a commercial. It's not, Part 139 exercises are not required at non-commercial service airports.
Okay.
So it's geared towards a commercial incident.
Okay, so this next exercise will involve a scenario with a commercial size airliner.
And it would be a CRJ 700 size aircraft. We would not do it for an aircraft that does not operate at our facility.
Got
it just wouldn't be prudent for
Or
us
the
to do
Embraer.
it. Or an Embraer if that happens to be, the size aircraft,
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay.
With respect to the comments made regarding compliance with the open meeting laws of the great state of Colorado, I had a conversation with John Ely. It followed on the discussion we had here at our last meeting. Just to clarify, it was never considered or the intent or the idea that in the regular monthly meetings that the Safety Task Force has, that there wouldn't be fulsome compliance with the open meeting laws. The question came up, though, with respect to, as we move on in implementing the policy recommendations, once hopefully they've been approved by this body, when we're implementing those things and engaging with people like the FAA or the NBAA or AOPA, these other aviation partners, whether if there's, say, more than two of us that want to be on a phone call with the FAA or to work together, working out issues having to do with the approach or something like that, whether those would be subject to the statutory requirements to make those open meetings, which make it awkward and make it difficult to have those Zoom conferences or to have those meetings or to have those either with third parties or just internally. And my view at the time was that, based on my reading of the statute, is that when you're implementing as opposed to forming public policy, you're not subject to the laws because of the way the statutes are written. I had the conversation with John about that, and he was intrigued, shall I say, by the idea, and it apparently hadn't been considered before. There's no case law to guide us. What I understand from my conversation with him is that although, in his view, it may be a line that could be drawn, an attainable line, he prefers to keep his keel in deeper water, especially in light of the fact that his client, the county, that it's your policy to be as transparent as a public body can be, not necessarily just do the minimum, but do the most, so that the public can be sure that the county's business is being conducted in the open and with public participation. So as I had told this body at the last time we met with you, if that was whatever he said he wanted us to do, we will do. So as I told him then, I tell you now that we will be happy to comply with the open meeting laws, even though it may not actually be technically legally applicable, not only with the meetings of the group of the whole as a whole, but when we're working in subgroups,
Right.
either internally or with our aviation partners. Are there any questions about that? Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly?
I don't have a question, but I would encourage pursuit of that direction. I do think our board has always endeavored to be open and inclusive, and I've been in similar profiles as to what you're talking about. You know, the APSHA board had a subcommittee on public outreach, and we would notice all of those working group meetings, regardless of whether anyone came or what the topic was, simply because of the nature of trying to keep that openness and inclusivity as extensive as possible. So I appreciate that the safety ops subcommittees would do the same.
We will do so. It might be something that the feasibility of drawing and standing by that line might be something that's of interest to this body at some point in the future. If for example, 3 of you wanted to engage with others outside this group, and there was a question regarding how does that fit under the open meeting laws, that might be something that one would want to look at, the distinction between implementation and formation of public policy. But that's just a subject for another day.
All right, let's go to flight ops.
Thank you. With respect to our recommendations, we had a fulsome presentation of those, led primarily by Daniel Baker on the 11th of June. I hope you all recall the details in this. Was it June or July? July. I presume that you all remember the substance of that. Now, I'm happy to respond to any questions you have regarding the recommendations that we've made in detail. I am, as I said at our last meeting, I'm happy to report that our aviation partners they're poised. Some of them are chomping at the bit. They're certainly ready. We've received nothing but positive feedback from our aviation partners in terms of moving forward with these. And already, on issues such as instantaneous winds or deploying additional wind sensors at the field, or working on the proposed new approach, about which more in a bit, or going to the Class C airspace. Things are already moving. Positive things are already happening. So it's in my view, it's really heartening. It's really excellent that this is happening, because there is a focus. We're having informal engagements even with some discussions with SkyWest about issues in common. So it's a very productive and positive situation that we have. So what I'd like to do now is if my friend Daniel Baker has something to add, just help me to do that by speaking up now. And if Peter Hutter, you would like to, feel free.
Okay. You'll have to come up, Peter. He'll have to come up if he wants to add something.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your time and your continued support. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you last month. And subsequent to that, there was some public comment. I thought I would take a moment here to respond to at least some of that so that we can ensure that we're all on the same page about what the goal.
Officially introduce yourself for the public.
I'm happy to. So,
Thank
hi,
you.
everyone. My name is Daniel Baker. I'm a part-time resident of Pickens County, commercial pilot and flight instructor, and also a member of the Flight Ops Safety Task Force.
Thank you.
The two comments that I would respond to, in particular, with regard to the credentials of the folks who are participating, my colleagues on the subcommittee. There was some concern about practical experience flying in and out of Aspen. Everyone on the committee is a pilot, has experience flying in and out of Pickens County, whether it be on small general aviation planes, on jets. I fly both and instruct on both of those types of airplanes here, as well as folks flying on flying airliners in and out of here. So there's tremendous experience. So that might have been a misunderstanding about the folks who are participating in the task force. And the second was there was some concern about one of the initiatives, which is fortunately underway with both FAA and MBAA, which is about creating a more simple approach procedure to guide pilots into the Aspen Pickens County Airport. This will be a satellite-based GPS-style approach procedure that will not only use more modern navigation technology, but also allow more automation in the cockpit, allow a more stable, gradual, and consistent descent rather than a step-down type procedure. And will also, the approach will end at a place that allows the pilot to easily maneuver the airplane for a landing versus the publicly available approach today, which is known as the localizer DME echo approach, ends at a place that is very challenging for most aircraft to go from that point in space to the runway. This is something that is deemed universally as a positive approach, and everyone we've spoken to, whether it be on general aviation, business aviation, commercial aviation, FAA, National Business Aviation Association, the flight training providers, everybody that we've spoken with has agreed this is positive. I think, however, there was a misunderstanding by some of the commenters who had a valid concern saying, hey, we're hearing about a lower approach into the Aspen airport. We don't want to create a new scenario where suddenly airplanes are buzzing houses in Woody Creek, or where this is somehow skimming across the tops of houses in the valley. Absolutely, that is not the case. The goal of this is to have an approach that actually, just due to the terrain, is still steeper than a typical airport approach. Those approaches are at 3 degrees. That's the angle of descent for the airport. The current approach is more than 6 degrees, which is very challenging for airplanes to both descend and not accelerate. The approach that's being constructed and considered now is approximately 4.5 degrees. And so it won't yield any airplanes, approaching a house or close to the ground. It's still steeper than a typical airport, and that's simply because of the mountainous nature. Right? You can't have a 3-degree approach into Aspen. It's not possible. My colleague Tyson Weiss and I took Commissioner Greg Poshman flying week before last, I believe, and we demonstrated we kind of simulated what that 4.5-degree approach would look like, and showed how it was a very simple, straightforward, gradual descent, still relatively high over the valley, much higher than you typically be going into an airport, but yielded a much more comfortable descent, both from a passenger and a pilot perspective. And while we conducted that approach, which is still pretty high, I would give call-outs to indicate how much higher we would have been on the old localizer DME echo approach. And so I hope that was helpful, and the goal of that was to reaffirm that point that I've been making, which is that this is not an aggressive or a low procedure. It is simply a more modern approach that's leveraging that more sophisticated technology across GPS, flight management systems, and airplane technology to allow a simpler approach that's, without question, with everyone that we've worked with agrees, will be a safer approach into the Aspen Pickens County Airport. Those are the two comments I wanted to address, and I'm happy to take any questions on those, or if you've got some comments as well you'd like to make.
Thank you for the clarity of that presentation. It was very helpful.
Peter, what do you want to say?
Peter Hutter. I'm a full-time resident of Pickens County. I've flown in here privately since 1967, and I love this place because it has an airport, and we don't want to lose that, but we do want to make it as safe as possible. And one of the things that I think is really important, there are these issues with the approach, and sometimes hard to understand what that means if you're not involved in aviation. But these things are really enhance the safety of the airport. And the other thing I'm really interested in on this safety committee is getting the word out so that pilots in general understand what these are and what they can do and what helps them get into Aspen when they decide to make the trip here. And because it is 80% private aviation, which changes a lot, pilots change a lot, equipment changes a lot, it's important to have a place where those pilots can understand what our environment is in Aspen and do it safely.
On following up on Daniel's and Peter's comments, on in the safety recommendations on a small Roman 3 and 4, there's a listing of priority items. And although this is a constellation of overall of recommendations, and it's really not logical to arrange them in linear fashion and say, this is the most important and this is the least important. They're all important. But if we were to pick out 3 priority items, what we came up with was the instantaneous winds, looking at that and dealing with the wind strategies that are used at the airport, so we don't have excursions, we don't have pilots running into bad situations because of the way the winds are reported and handled at the airport. And the second was initiatives to come up with this stabilized approach. And the third was pilot education and safety campaign. Now, with respect to instantaneous winds, there have already been actions taken by the tower based in part on communications that we've had that have clarified and made the utilization of instantaneous wind information safer already. It's already happened. And with respect to the approach, a sample of which or foretelling of which Greg experienced and that Daniel's just described, that's something that's already in the works, and it's a good thing.
Could you, pardon me, Francie, but could you go into just to detail like what the wind information we had before compared to what we're striving to get regarding the location on the runway, the crosswinds at midfield? Like a little bit of that might help to illustrate instantaneous winds. What does that mean, and where are you measuring it, and where did you measure it before?
Daniel, you want to take that one?
Yeah, happy to. In this particular case, it's more about how the winds are being calculated and reported rather than any of the instrumentation. And I think you're asking the question because in our recommendations we address both of these separately. As it relates to instantaneous winds, the issue is, in general, when an air traffic controller provides a takeoff or landing clearance to an airplane, they provide an updated wind report that's relatively real time, so that when the pilot either approaches the area or is beginning to prepare for takeoff, they get a recording that's updated every hour that gives general airport conditions and just the sense of what's going on. But they need an updated number for real conditions to make sure that it's appropriate for that aircraft and everything that's a factor in the flight. At virtually every airport in the country, that wind report is an average of the last 120 seconds, recognizing that wind changes constantly, and so in order for the pilot to have appropriate information on the wind, they need to know the direction and how much that's varied over the last couple minutes, the typical speed, and also any gusts in that 2-minute period. There is a practice that is used only in Aspen Airport called instantaneous winds, which is the wind reporting over a 3-second average instead of a 120-second average. The original purpose of this wind report was out of a concern that perhaps, over the 120 seconds, the wind is good and appropriate for takeoff or landing, but maybe it's gotten much worse in the last several seconds. And certainly the wind, both in Aspen and at the airport, can change rapidly, as we all know. And so the goal of that was that a pilot could be provided the one or both or either to get a sense of what's going on, and they could be alerted and say, hey, this is the 120-second average. We're going to warn you, though, instantaneous wind, much worse, maybe not favorable, which I think is an interesting approach. However, it has been used differently, which is it was being provided, and people were using it as an alternative when it was the opposite situation, where the 120-second average was inappropriate for takeoff or landing. Maybe it exceeded the criteria for that airplane or the flight performance or runway performance, but the 3-second average was okay. It was within that range, and so pilots were being provided that information. Now, we've recommended that some research be done to investigate instantaneous winds in this practice more broadly. It's a complex issue that has a lot of different aspects that we're considering. However, the one recommendation that we put forward that is already in place is that we feel that the instantaneous wind should not be provided unless it's asked for. The thinking is that if you're preparing for takeoff and the current winds aren't, the 120-second average is not appropriate, and you're provided the instantaneous wind without really knowing what that is, maybe you don't fly to Aspen a lot or you're not familiar with the procedure, you could get unintentionally misled, right? People are trying to be helpful with this additional data, but it could lead you down a road you're not expecting. However, if you do understand what's going on, if you do understand the distinction, the recommendation is that you could ask for that and say, okay, what are the instantaneous winds? So that was a procedure that we recommended be changed, and even without it being fully considered, it appears the Air Traffic Control Tower has said, hey, we agree with that. We're going to go ahead and put that practice forward. And so we haven't yet investigated, to your specific question, the technology and where the wind should be reported and evaluated from, all the hardware on the airport property. The approach so far has been focused on ensuring that if pilots are given a wind report, it's based on the same methodology used at every other airport in the United States, and they shouldn't be provided a different one until they either ask for it or we fully understand it.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Are there other airports that use the instantaneous winds report?
No, never heard of that.
Okay.
And to add a little more to your question, Greg, we measure the wind at one spot. It's called an ASOS, or Airport Surface Observation System. And it sits about midfield. And because the winds can change at our airport at various points along the runway, Barry's group is looking into possibly additional sensors along the runway too.
Okay.
So we can get the
That's
full
what
picture.
that's what I was conflating with that. Thank you.
And another thing that has been reported to us is that just recently the National Weather Service and the FAA have had a discussion about deploying additional sensors along the field so they can start to collect data about how much those differences are at different points along the field to confirm what pilots report, which is you can see those windsocks going in different directions. Depending on how far you are on the field, they're not all in agreement. They're not all moving in the same direction. And just how that affects flight safety is something that we'll be digging into. When I was told that, I was told that the current target date for I'm not sure it's a date so much as a time period, was like 2017. Maybe that can be accelerated, but at least they're starting to have the discussion, which is a good thing.
27.
I'm sorry, 2027. I keep on doing that. Maybe I'm just trying to be
If it
young.
was 5 years overdue, we'd believe that also.
2027. So
Can I
4
ask
years
you
out. We'd like to
another
make it
question,
faster.
Please.
So could you just give us an example of where the instantaneous wind report might be misleading? I'm assuming you're meaning like the average winds are 20, but then it pops up to 50, but only for 1 or 2 seconds, and so it's misleading because they think they can't take off, or is that kind
That's
of the thing
exactly
you're
right.
talking
And
about?
a specific scenario would be that most aircraft have a limitation on takeoff and actually on landing as well. But let's use the takeoff example of 10 knots of tailwind. In general, headwind is much better for aircraft performance. It means the aircraft has to accelerate less because that headwind is already putting more air over the wings. And so in a hypothetical situation, let's say you wanted to take off, your airplane needed to take off at 100 knots or 100 miles an hour, and there was a 20-knot headwind. You would actually only need to accelerate 80 knots to achieve that 100-knot headwind. But if that was reversed and you had a 20-knot tailwind, you would now need to accelerate to 120 knots because you have to cancel out that tailwind. So in these two different scenarios of a headwind and a tailwind of the same value I've described, in one case you have to accelerate to 80, and one you have to accelerate to 120. So you have to go 50% faster because of that wind change. At most airports, when the wind is out of the one direction or another, they'll just have you depart the other way. That's not an option at Aspen. And so a challenge that aircraft here have is virtually all aircraft depart from runway 33. And if the 120-second average wind, for example, is 150 at 15 gusting 20, then that is well beyond that 10-knot tailwind limitation. And so as a result, aircraft in general would not depart, and they would need to wait for that 120-second number to come down to at most 10 knots on the tail. So what can happen, though, is an aircraft could be holding short and say, okay, well, I need to wait. Holding short means just not getting on the runway, sort of sitting there on the perpendicular taxiway and saying, well, I need to each other, the different pilots, we need to wait until the tailwind's down to 10 knots for the aircraft performance and runway performance. And then if the controller were to provide and say, instantaneous wind is now 150 at 10, a pilot could be lulled into saying, well, that's perfect, right? That's 10 knots of what we need. Let's take off, not recognizing that maybe that was just a slight dip in the winds for literally 3 seconds, and it's still 15 gusting 20. And so that's the scenario that we're particularly concerned
Trying to
about.
avoid.
That's right. And pilots have not received training by and large on the idea of instantaneous winds. If you go to any of the big flight training providers, it's not something that's offered because it's unique to Aspen. That may not be the case, for example, with SkyWest, which has a safety and training program specific on Aspen. I don't know, what their process is at all. And so this is largely for the general aviation and business aviation community wanting to ensure that if they receive a wind report, they understand what it is.
And
Great, thank
French,
you.
I can give you a real world example, actually. President's Day of 2022, we had a Hawker departed, received the instantaneous winds. By the time they throttled up, got halfway down the runway, the winds had changed, and they went off the end of the runway because they couldn't get adequate lift. So that is sort of a catalyst in this exercise.
Okay, great, thanks.
And that was a factor in that was mentioned in the NTSB report, draft report on that event. So
Okay.
that's something that it's good that the tower has already clarified the utilization of that, and we'll be looking at that more.
Okay, so your third one.
The third one is as Peter said, pilot outreach is really it's really at the core of what we're doing. We've got these technical things which are very important, but just first and foremost, at least in my mind, is the fact that a lot of pilots, and just to be clear, it's just I've never flown in here. I flew into Telluride a couple of times. I flew into mountain environments, but it's the claim of local pilot expertise does not include me in this group of 12. It includes the 11 pilots, the 11 local pilots who've been flying here for, a half a century. And that's the expertise that went into this document that has been presented to you for your approval so that we can move forward with these recommendations and implement them. And the most important group of them is under Roman 1, Pilot Education and Safety Campaign. And with your approval, if we receive it, then we will move forward on these items, A through J, and with our subgroups and working with our aviation partners to get the education out to these pilots who don't fly in here as frequently as our local pilots are able to do because they live here. And that's really important because we hope that we'll be able to come up with educational materials which will be, what pilots do now is they call Dan Bartholomew and say, what's it like flying in there, right? We can do a much better job of getting the information out than presently exists so that pilots, when they do fly in here and they haven't flown in here for a couple of years or they've never flown in here, that we've given them as many tools and as much of a base, a background as one can do with educational materials rather than actually experiencing it, so that when they do fly in here, they'll be able to make good go-no-go decisions, not come in here when the weather is challenging, make sure that they've got enough fuel, right, in case they have to divert to another airport, so that it's good pilot decision making. And that's really at the core of what we're doing, and Peter's absolutely right to highlight that because that's really one of the essential spokes of this project.
To know when a pilot's flying in mainly from the east is I'm flying into Aspen. I'm at 120 knots. I'm descending on my flight plan. What do I expect? Am I going to be direct to red table, direct to a fix, and then fly and approach? Or am I going to be vectored out around in the airspace to make room for other inbound traffic? To know what is to be expected by the pilot coming in from over Independence Pass and descending for the airport, it gets kind of complicated if you're going fast. And to know what is expected of the pilot coming in for a landing, I think is important.
And so how is that information available to the pilot coming in? How is that, how does he reach out or she reach out to other pilots? How does that work? I mean, is it something they've learned ahead of time from a pool of information? I'm a little unclear on.
Yes, from a pool of information,
Okay.
whether it be videos, whether it be handouts, whether it be local knowledge that's passed pilot to pilot. But it's really helpful, and especially training in some of the simulators around the country. To have an Aspen approach would be great. And another thing for Aspen is that generally the equipment that flies in here is pretty sophisticated. And it would be very helpful for those sophisticated equipped aircraft and pilots and trained pilots to have approaches that are safe and effective when they come into Aspen. And that's a lot about what Daniel was talking about.
Greg, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think, the three most important things you're talking about, the wind sensors, or the instantaneous wind, sounds like something the tower is going to affect, and the policy is changed for everyone. The approach, it sounds like, for people who are able to have that approach as an option, I'm not sure how it works, if they're required to take that approach or if it's just an option to them. This is another thing which is optional. The recommendations are all great. My question was, how much of this is a recommendation that this would be best practices for a pilot, but how do we know they're going to do it? And how are we going to have metrics? How are we going to demonstrate that these protocols which you're putting forth are even registering or being followed? That's my big question. Is this is all really great. It's a wonderful to make a suggestion to all the pilots in the country to educate themselves. But how do we know that we're going to get some uptake? What are the metrics on this?
Well, that's a great question, and the answer is it's really tough, and that's probably a big part of why it's a great question, because you're measuring a negative, right? It's just what we want is this isn't kind of the business plan where we have milestones and we will achieve them, and either the money will be coming in or product will be moving, and you can measure all of that stuff. Here, what we want is an absence of data. We want fewer crashes,
right,
fewer accidents, fewer incidents. And so the less that we have, the fewer that we have, fingers crossed, the better off we are. In terms of how do we know that pilots will want to do this, since we're not, let me back up. The philosophy from the very beginning is that this is not going to be something that is imposed on pilots, not something that they will be forced to do, because as you know, especially in this valley, as soon as you tell somebody that they got to do something, right, they feel like they got a thumb in the neck and they're going to try to break the wrist of the person who's holding onto the thumb. So what do you do? Well, with pilots, it's easy, because pilots, believe it or not, they love to be competent. They love to be safe. And if there's good training that's well packaged and well presented and easy to absorb, pilots are just like a dry sponge. They soak that stuff up. And
So can I follow up the question?
Yes, sir.
It would be, is there a mechanism for communication with pilots so we can poll them and ask them, hey, have you heard about this? Are you employing this? It's not, of course, the safety, not having an accident is a great metric, which is hard to catch. But the metric would be how many pilots flying into Aspen are familiar with this and have taken the time to follow the protocol.
That's a great idea, because one of the things we're going to do is we're going to beef up the website so that there's a pilots section that's bigger than it already is on the, and one thing we can add to that is to solicit pilot feedback on the website and with the other materials that we have, to ask for feedback from the pilot community. Have you seen this? What do you think of it? Is it good? Maybe we can do surveys through NBAA and through AOPA to try to get feedback from the pilot community as to whether our materials are reaching them and whether they find them useful. So that's a great idea.
Could the FBO do it?
We could get help. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I have two items to add on that. One as it relates to the pilot education aspect. There, and to your point as well, there is there's a real gap in the current available information, and it's not uncommon that I will have someone approach me, email, text, However, or I'll see in a pilot aviation message board a question along the lines of, I'm flying into Aspen for the first time, what do I need to know? And the answer is always sort of this hodgepodge of information. This is a good website, this is a PDF I saw, this is a story, and it's, there's a real thirst for that information. And so I think it's less about people saying, hey, I already know everything, I don't want any more information, or I'm not worried about it. And I think it's more about being able to fulfill that and have a standardization that I think will be embraced. And so I'm sure we'll miss some folks, but by and large, I would say people are looking for this, and there's an absence of it that is concerning and is problematic. As it relates to the approach, anecdotally, nobody likes the current one. And so if there is a simpler, easier one that makes it easier to land, adoption will be extraordinary. Airplanes have databases that are updated either via, it could be a USB stick or an SD card, kind of, a standard computer interface. Generally, every about 28 days is when the pilot will do that. The same is true of the data on their iPad for the pictorial view of the approach. And so when that approach is authorized and approved by the FAA, within a month, every pilot flying in and out of here will have that available at their disposal. And I have never worked on the air traffic control side, but in general, the air traffic control towers at every airport will advertise, if they call it advertise, they will announce on the frequency on this recorded message that you receive prior to takeoff or landing what the current approaches that are in use, or what approaches are in use. And the towers tend to pick the easiest, safest, most modern one as the standard approach. And a pilot is welcome to say, no, I want this older approach, or I want something else. It's really up to the pilot. But in general, everyone would agree that the easiest, safest, best, most modern approach is the one that should be used. And so to the extent that it's been a month or two since the approach has been approved, the tower can begin advertising that as an option, and virtually every airplane could be flying it. It wouldn't require any additional training. It would be nearly as easy as any other airport in the country, and it would be embraced very, very quickly. So I wouldn't expect any opposition to that. There wouldn't be really a downside to it. And so between those two aspects of a thirst for information for people who aren't familiar, I think this would be great on the educational front. And as it relates to the approach, this would not be perceived by anyone as it's being rammed down their throat or they're forced to some new procedure. People would be thrilled. It would be uniformly agreed as an improvement.
Thank you.
And to answer your question about how do you check, in today's world, it's changed a lot in aviation. Every tail number is recorded, what the flight was, how long it took, where it went. I've flown search and rescue here for 30 years, and now it's become through available sources. You follow the green line until the green line ends, and that's where you go to look. Things are different. So, in a sense, the pilots are being checked up on already, and that's happening. And I'll give you an example of where this education should happen. Is I was in Van Nuys, and there was a light twin driver there, and he asked me where I was going, and I said, Aspen. He said, oh my God, I'd never fly into Aspen. I said, why? He said, because they clear you to land, and you haven't even seen the runway yet. So that, to get information to a fellow like that would be really helpful.
Thanks.
So Barry, if we approve this today, then what happens? Or maybe Dan, you should answer this. Then what happens to this list of recommendations? What's the next step?
Well, vast majority of these recommendations will have to go through the regulatory agencies, whether it's FAA, air traffic control, and other things. They just can't happen without their input and approval. Other things, may have some costs associated with them, or operational impacts associated with them, which would also be an FAA issue. But specifically any costs or major operational items, if we find that those are going to happen, we would bring that back to you for your approval on concurrence.
Like the additional wind sensors.
Exactly, that's a perfect example. Other than that, it's just a matter of this group continuously to work on and enhancing and bringing these things to fruition.
And then would you hire somebody to do the material that the pilots can access to understand about land. That would, I'm assuming that would be, you know, designers and pilots working together or professionals of some kind?
Yeah, I think there's a number of, you know, there may just be enough busy work that we need to hire a contractor or somebody just to manage these projects, let alone, yes, bring in a graphic designer or somebody like that as well. True.
Okay.
And some of this we could actually probably push on the FBO as well.
There is also an opportunity to work with aircraft associations. There's a Cirrus pilot group, for example, and there's a Beechcraft pilot group, and there's a Citation pilot group, and there are pilot groups that they produce content for their people.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And
right.
we'll be reaching out with them. I'm scheduled to meet with Dan tomorrow morning to talk about how we move forward, if we're authorized to move forward, and the next Safety Task Force meeting is tomorrow at the AOC at 3 p.m., and we'll be talking about how we move these different things forward. And over the course of my commitment to you is over the course of the rest of the year at least, I'll be working closely with Dan. We don't have a safety outreach coordinator in line right now. That's one of the recommendations. That's in the future budget years. But in the meantime, Dan and I will be working closely together, and then the Safety Task Force will be working, not just resting on their laurels having made these recommendations, but hopefully a critical mass of them will be helping to move forward and actually get these things implemented.
Okay. Any further questions? Kelly?
Can you explain again what the process is for changing the approach? Like who makes the decision? What criteria do they consider? What evaluation is done?
Yeah, that's largely or almost entirely a project that is and would be undertaken by the FAA. And so they have a team of folks called procedure designers that comply with all of the standards for approaching an airport and for safe clearance from obstacles and terrain, and ensuring that adequate navigational capability is available, and that all the procedures, whether it be the approach or the missed approach or other aspects of it, comply with those requirements. And so they produce probably the localizer DME Echo, the localizer 1.5 approach, and the visual approaches into the airport, as well as the departure procedures that you might have heard about, the Lens 9 and the Pitkin departure and the Aspen departure. They create approaches for all airports in the U.S. You can have private procedure designers. That's sort of a separate issue that we're not going down. And so they will not only create it based on topographical information, but based on airport procedures and airspace. And they do what's called overlays, which is when they have multiple approaches, they want them to be relatively consistent in nature, on a lateral basis. And so that there's not all these disparate approaches that operate tremendously differently from each other. And so I think what we're going to see is there's an existing approach called the localizer 1.5 approach that's used by the airlines and those who are authorized for it. And it's using ground-based navigational technology, so the actual antennas that are on Aspen Mountain as well as at the airport. And this will be a very similar approach, but using GPS technology. So they've already done a lot of the legwork to develop that approach, which has been in use for years. But it's a more complicated special authorization approach. And this will be a more modern version of that, applying all of the rules and requirements they need for creating any approach. There's flight check involved, which is actually having airplanes with special sensors flying approaches to ensure that, hey, this looks good on paper, but let's make sure that the obstacles both laterally and vertically are meet the requirements. So there'll be flight check opportunities as well. And then it's published to the aviation community so that different providers, an example would be Jeppesen, which is a Boeing company that makes physical PDFs and paper plates for pilots to be able to view. Will create their version of it, and then it's disseminated for use by pilots after it's been through that whole procedure, which I don't know when they began, and we began having this conversation with them. They'd already been talking about it, but it's a multi-year initiative.
And Kelly also is, because this is a federal process, there's also a public comment period that goes through because it has to be published in the Federal Register. There's also an environmental process if significant deviations based on current approaches take place with a new approach. So.
Okay. And would those environmental assessments include like on-the-ground noise evaluations or things?
They would look at that if there was a significant deviation.
Okay.
And that's all determined by the federal government, what's considered, in the EPA, what's considered a significant deviation from the existing approaches. So it may
And
not
that would
reach
be
that
happening
threshold.
sort of intimately with the airport, our airport?
No, that's all done Washington DC based type things. And there's not necessarily ground sensors that would measure noise. It would be more of the airport environmental tool that would evaluate these from a noise contour standpoint.
I'll add one aspect to that as it relates to noise is the current approach, the localizer DME echo approach, I've described in the past as a stair-step approach that then ends at a very high point. The new approach, which will be a gradual approach, will actually require less what people call throttle jockeying, which is adding and removing power from the airplane. And so it's not uncommon that, due to the stair-step nature, you need to briefly level off or reduce your descent rate, add a bunch of power, then take it out. And then when you do that over and over again, you get to the bottom of the approach and you're kind of diving down to get towards the airport. And then once you're low enough, you add in a whole bunch of power to get to a consistent rate of descent that's appropriate for a safe and smooth landing. The new approach would have none of that. And power would be at a relatively low idle. It wouldn't need to be advanced a whole bunch throughout the approach. And so I would say I'm not an expert at all on noise measurement or those factors, but as a pilot who has flown both the localizer DME echo many times, as well as simulated this new approach based on a few different ways to do it, there is far less power being added and removed. The engines are at far lower power settings on average, and so I would hypothesize that it would be a quieter approach. So there might be some concern that aircraft are going to be several hundred feet lower. Right, they're still very high relative to any other airport, but the engine power setting is the big issue, and it would be really streamlined from the pilot perspective and at a lower power setting the whole way.
I think it would be great if we could confirm that on the ground as this is moving forward.
Understood.
And it would be nice at some point just to see a cross-section of the approaches so we understand where it's lower and where you're seeing the stair step versus the ramp. I think that would be very informative because when it was first presented, it sounded like a very low approach up the valley, which is not the case at all. So I think it'd be helpful just to have a graphic. I think you actually recorded it when we flew. That would probably be very informative.
Agreed.
The FAA has its own procedures with respect to taking public input or not with respect to the construction of approaches and the approval of those. And one thing that we could do as the Safety Task Force is when we receive notice of, as this federal process goes on, notice of Federal Register publications soliciting public comment or taking steps, taking action, that we could work with airport staff and Marcy's office to make sure that information gets out to the local public. So if people have the opportunity to make public comment to the FAA as part of that review process, that they have been made aware of the opportunity to do that. Mm-hmm. Another thing that I should mention is that we looked early on in our process at privately created approaches. There are two ways to get an approach. One is you can wait for the federal government to do it, or two is you can hire a special provider like Alex Siebold's Flight Tech Engineering in Englewood over on the East Slope. And his company and their special providers are authorized by the FAA to build basically bespoke approaches to airports, and then they're reviewed and approved but not created by the FAA. Telluride has two of those. Telluride sponsors them, which means Telluride pays for them. Okay, and initially we looked at that and considered it, and that's not the direction that we're going in now in terms of our recommendation, and that is not the recommendation that is before you today. This is not something we'll come back and say, oh, and by the way, I have to spend X dollars to buy it and then to maintain it. This is something that would be fully created and funded and managed by the FAA. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Steve, do you have any questions? No? Okay.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I understand all the recommendations now. I didn't understand them all previously, but it's all been explained very well, and I'm supportive of all of them.
if after public comment there are further questions, we'd be happy to respond to them to the best of our ability.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and open public comment. Is there anybody in here who would like to comment on this, the flight op safety recommendations? Did I see your hand back there? Yeah, come on up.
So I'll just introduce myself. I'm Jared Kaplan, currently fly a 747 for a cargo company. Just want to clarify from the training perspective for the jets. Almost all operators of these aircraft go to these training facilities, whether it's flight safety or CAE or something similar. So getting them on board is a pretty easy process, being that they're all going to these training centers. And then in Europe, they use continuous descent profiles into most cities because they're pretty eco-friendly, and the FAA has adopted this.
Eco-friendly, is that what you said?
Yep, eco-friendly and for just noise abatement as well. So they've adopted this with the FAA as well. So it already exists, and then, yeah, it's kind of just already out there.
And these are commercial pilots. You're speaking about commercial pilots.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
So what do you think the uptake on it, our 80% general aviation pilot force will be?
So I think it needs to be delineated general aviation versus propeller planes and privately owned aircraft versus jet aircraft that are either privately owned or operated by a charter company. There's just an extreme difference. So to operate a jet aircraft, whether it's a turboprop or a turbojet, just the difference is propellers, or something like a Gulfstream or a CRJ, more or less all of these require something which is called the type rating by the pilot per the FAA to operate these aircraft, just due to their category and weight. So to do this, you are more or less forced to go to a training center. I would say less than 1 in 10 pilots operating these types of equipment do this in the private manner where they do it in their own aircraft, do their own training, and a representative of the FAA checks them off to say they're current and qualified to operate that aircraft. But more or less, every pilot operating a turbine-powered aircraft is going to a training center with simulators and goes through all the training personally. I used to fly for SkyWest Airlines. I was qualified into the Aspen Airport. I understand the procedure very well and the legal side of it. There's quite a bit of education around it. And then for those that are fortunate enough to live here or live here part-time, the private aircraft, to come in here at night, they go through a full training program very similar to SkyWest, and there are those privately built approaches that already exist. SkyWest, I'm sure as you know, has wanted to bring the Embraer 175 in here, which similar aircraft to that, whether the exact one or the 190 has been brought in on the private scale by owner-operators. But just in the research of that, they've already built what they call an R&P approach into Aspen. They have one into the Eagle Vale Airport, which has tremendously increased safety. It's the same continuous step down as he was describing earlier. You know, the engines are pretty close to idle. The goal of that is to be stable from a safety standpoint. And then outside of that, the benefit is being eco-friendly, whether that is lower carbon emissions or lower sound profile. So there are a lot of benefits, and a lot of this is already out here. NetJets has a private approach and departure procedure, and there's just a whole gamut of things that are out there. I think there just needs to be a strong delineation between our pilots that operate their own aircraft on a small scale that don't require type ratings that I mentioned previously, and then our pilots that are flying private but flying jets or similar aircraft to that, just at the different scale, because there's a completely different regulatory body kind of watching you, whether you have a Cessna that's a single engine airplane. You only have to be current to a certain extent. You're not being paid to fly this aircraft. You don't have much oversight on it. You're not even approved to fly certain approaches into here at night. Some of them you can because it's Part 91, which almost relieves you of most regulations. And then outside of that, there's quite a bit of oversight when it comes to maintenance or operation in really anything you do, and you do have to adhere to those things.
Well, that was very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Other public comments? Ellen?
Ellen Anderson, concerned citizen. I believe the last speaker got a little bit more than 3 minutes, so please bear with me. I have some important points. First of all, I want to make my motivation very clear. I have a lot of happy things to do. I've spent so much time on this, and I do it for 3 reasons. First of all, the integrity of the public process. I was a public servant. I believe in public service. Running Picken County is different from running General Motors. Number 2 is safety. I've been, as a first responder, to probably a dozen plane crashes. I know about safety, and I'm all for safety. And the first thing I want to address is that I think it was inappropriate that Barry Vaughn answered hearsay, secondhand, the question I asked John Ely. I've asked him 4 times now. I was the person that said, why was Barry Vaughn acting in the capacity, in my opinion, of county attorney, given legal advice? I believe you guys should get the answer from the county attorney, not from the person who has the motivation to diminish it, number 1. A couple of things in terms of process. Nobody said that the public process was efficient. It's not. It's not as efficient as private industry. Just look at NASA and SpaceX if you want to know that. So I want to know why this whole safety task force, the public process has been shortcut at every turn, starting from no public advertising for the positions. And my latest question is, why is this only 1 reading? I understand 1 reading is 2 criteria. One is it's so uncontroversial, like approving minutes, that it's a slam dunk. And number 2, it's a bona fide emergency, like the fires coming into Basalt. I don't see that this is an emergency. I don't know why it's 1 reading. It's not non-controversial. I was glad to hear the noise approached, because heretofore, you all know, I live under the flight path and Woody Creek and Aspen Village, and there has been everything has been seen through the lens of pilots, and that's good, and it's necessary, but it's not sufficient. And I would suggest to you that you're about to make, pardon me, the same mistake that the county commissioners made in 2010. And that was when there was the proposed 1,000-foot extension of the runway. And the answer was, everybody knows a longer runway is a safer runway. I was the person who said there are other things going on, such as proximity to populated areas, that being the base of Buttermilk. I'm sorry to say I was right. Now you guys are finally doing the air, or about to do the air study to find out what the effect is, putting what's coming out of the back end of an airplane 1,000 feet closer to people who are skiing. It's only about 1,600 feet now. So there was an unintended consequence that you guys, it wasn't you, but the then county commissioners did not consider. It was all about safety, and it was just through the lens of pilots. And I suggest you're making a parallel mistake now. You're looking at it just from pilots. I really suggest that the public, who has to bear the consequences of flights being 100 feet lower, or maybe not, or 200 feet lower, that I'm protecting my home. The FAA couldn't care less about me. That's why I'm spending so much time on this. And first of all, I'd like the answer to the question, why is this being pushed through with 1 reading instead of the usual 2?
Well, if you would like somebody from the legal office to answer you on that, you can have that conversation with them.
Well, my experience is, I ask the county attorney, and I don't get a response.
Right, you
But
told us that.
what is-
I have given you extra time, so I think you have a 3rd thing, so what was that?
I'll just leave it at those 2. I think you're shortcutting the system, and I don't know why, because it's not an emergency.
With the 1 reading, okay? And the other?
And I hope you know that, I don't like doing this, but I really feel a moral obligation to represent the public, your constituents, and how I think that our input has not been adequately considered in terms of especially the safety task force.
Okay, thank you, Ellen. All right,
There's somebody else.
and then we'll have Susan after that.
Thank you. My name is Michael Gottdenker. I am a pilot, so you're hearing this again from a pilot's perspective. Just one quick clarification I wanted to make, because there's been a lot of talk about the altitude at which pilots fly into the Aspen airport. On a day like today, if I was flying into Aspen this morning, the tower would likely clear me for visual approach runway 15. At that point, the altitude I fly is up to me. They've cleared me to approach the airport, and I can fly at any altitude. As Daniel mentioned, and I thought he did a good job describing this, the available instrument approaches, the ones that are published, have this sort of step down, and where it ends, you're high as a pilot, meaning you have to kind of, sort of descend very quickly. So so you understand all that. The point I want to make is that flying a visual approach, and I've flown in here dozens of times over the last 15 years, I actually fly lower today than the approach that they're recommending the FAA undertake. So I just want to make that point. It's not the case that, if the FAA approves this special, smooth approach, that the planes would be flying lower. In fact, if that were approach available to me today, I'd probably end up flying higher, just knowing that I have a steady, safe descent. In the absence of that, my choices today are higher, or visually, I'm obviously going to avoid bumping into a mountain, God willing. I'm actually probably, I am flying a lower approach than the ones that are published today.
And other pilots obviously are as well.
Yes, I'm not doing anything that's atypical, I don't think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan?
Susan Taylor, concerned citizen, although I'm pretty sure everybody already knows that. I've been listening to this conversation along with many others, and this entire conversation seems to be about private jets. It does not seem to be about SkyWest. I'm pretty sure that SkyWest has good training.
Has good what?
People that come into Aspen, the pilots that come here. So this whole thing is about private, which is, not people in Woody Creek that I speak for. And one thing, it still concerns me that we're looking at this in isolation, that I had a day last week, or maybe a couple of weeks ago, where every plane was just noisy, noisy, noisy. And so I filed a noise complaint, and my response was that aircraft shouldn't go under 2,100 feet at that point without seeing the airfield. Generally, noises generated by a missed approach, these were not, because I've heard that. But it also says they shouldn't go below 500 feet in non-congested areas and 1,000 feet in congested. Woody Creek's congested. And, I'm pretty sure that plane was under 1,000 feet. Also, according to the FAA, planes are allowed to go below the 1,000 and 500 for the purpose of landing and taking off. So, at what point does the safety of the community, I talked about this before, at what point is there safety for the community considered? Are we going to have a plane that goes through Aspen Village before it's like, that's too low? How many houses in Woody Creek does a plane need to hit before they say, yeah, that was wrong? And in addition, what Ellen was saying about what's going out of the plane at takeoff, it's my understanding from new data that it's worse coming in on its approach to the runway. What's coming out of the plane is even worse. That's over populated areas. And where is the balance in this conversation? We're having a conversation that focuses on general aviation. Where do we have, the community? Where does the community get to weigh in and say, no, this is not what we would like to see for our community. You know, 80% of the airport. So we're not talking about United. We're not talking about SkyWest. There are already videos, there's training, there's approach training, I believe in Denver, for how to come into Aspen. The conditions in Aspen haven't changed. The mountains are the mountains, the wind is the wind, storms are winter is winter, summer is summer. I mean, when did the conditions in Aspen change so that all of a sudden we have to do all this new stuff to make it safe to land in Aspen? And as far as a pilot that says, I would never land in Aspen, I would say, good idea, don't. You know, if you're not comfortable coming into Aspen, don't risk it. You know, but when do we get balance around, you know, people that live around the airport, people that live under the planes, people that don't use private jets? I mean, all of this conversation, I came across a piece on the internet a couple weeks ago. It's a video looking through a G650 of the Aspen Airport with a little write-up that says G650s will be coming into Aspen as soon as we can approve the expansion of the airport. And that was dated 2016. And so, you know, this whole conversation has been aimed at that since 2016. You know, that we're not talking about commercial traffic. And
Thank you,
so-
Susan. I usually don't reply to public comment, but I am going to reply because we had the Vision Committee, we had the Airport Advisory Board, all of those meetings were open to the public. There have been hundreds of meetings that have been open to the public for you to come in and express your opinion, as well as all of the BOCC meetings at the airport. So I do think you have been afforded time, the public has been afforded time to make their feelings known, and so just
And I have
that's
been
why
at those meetings, and I get 3 minutes with no back and forth conversation. I can express my opinion, but there's not a conversation. There's not and you know, the people that live in Woody Creek, they can't come to these meetings. They're at work. You know, they can't go at 3 o'clock to the airport to a meeting. And I will tell you that I have been to dozens of these meetings. It's not the most entertaining thing to do with your afternoon off. You know.
Okay, well, thank you, Susan. As always, we appreciate your involvement. Are there any other public comments? Yes.
Hi there. My name is Walter Chi. Been a supporter of the Aspen Airport for a long time, flown in and out of there for 30 plus years, flying gliders and such. I'm a flight instructor, commercial pilot, and I own my own airplane. And that airplane isn't the kind of plane that Daniel's talking about, that it can have the equipment in it, electronics, whether avionics or the power of a jet to come down, just like the other guy said about, you know, piston engines are different than jets. But I have a bunch of points that I'd like you to consider when you're talking about this. And the first one is to go back to the comment that Ellen's made about giving advice. John Peacock in the Vision Committee said, I was there, and you can probably see if Barry was there at the same time, said, if you are having a meeting after hours with anybody else in this committee, not to discuss stuff that goes on here. That was, you can probably watch that video along with Barry's recommendation to say, oh, you and you need to have a meeting with this guy or go have coffee. And I think that's bad advice. Open records, I think, or open meetings is open meetings. I've worked, this is my only private discussion about this, but I have worked for Aspen Airways, Air Wisconsin, SkyWest for 34 years, okay? And I know the airport. I've been there. I've operated a glider business at the airport, worked for Dieter Bibbig in the past. But I will tell you that Aspen Airways had developed their own approach, a TACAN approach, in and out of here, and they brought a 4-engine jet in here as well as Convairs and such. There is a localizer approach and the localizer 1.5 approach that Daniel talks about has the best scenario ever because it requires special training. It requires the FAA will not even send you the approach plate to it. They only send out the localizer E approach because you didn't get training or you didn't prove to somebody. And all of these companies that we've talked about, Flight Safety, CAE, they all offer that training in a simulator and show you that this is how you get into Aspen to a lower elevation. Now, we've only talked about how to get in, and elevations coming in are for a reason. And I've mentioned this before, we're a bowl. There's only one way in, there's only one way out. And they lower you down to an elevation in which, if you have an engine failure, you need to be able to extricate yourself out of the valley. People don't realize that. Everything's hunky-dory, but with the airlines, they have to prove it. So, along with the SkyWest pilot, I think a question would be is, what do they do if they're at max load? Because they're the only ones that do it. Every 737 private comes in here with 5 people in it. But the max load airplane coming in here and trying to land, and the plane before them crashes, goes off the runway, whatever. The plane before them doesn't get off the runway. There's something out on a truck goes on the runway, whatever it is, and they lose an engine. Worst case scenario, they have to be able to get out of the valley. And how they do that is they have to accelerate to a certain speed, especially multi-engine airplanes. When they accelerate at a standard rate turn, that rate of turn is a large area which we don't have low in the valley. And every pilot that gets trained. So, sorry, I'm going to try to jump through. I've got a bunch of notes because I didn't think I covered a lot of stuff at the last meeting. But I would say that that's the reason we need to do it. The FAA makes those recommendations based on how low they can get. If you said training is wanted, I will give you that Signature Aviation was the only one that offered up 2 training classes. And I know they're vying for the position, and I'm not for anyone. I'm for the Pickett County taking over the FBO. But taking over, they actually presented and offered 2 courses on mountain flying. And they did it before, and I'm sure whoever gets the contract will try, but not if you don't require it. If you don't say, hey, every once in a while you need to have a course or offer a training. And Flight Safety presented the course, and I didn't see many people at these courses other than the kids from the local training school here. I would like to say that also, it seems to me that this group is already overstepping their bounds. They haven't got approval yet they've talked to the FAA about the wind situation. They've talked to them about changing the airspace from Class D to Class C, which I wish I could go into longer, but I don't see that big of a reason for that change because it makes only more restrictions and more control by the tower, which we already have. And we have a limit within 10 miles of those mountains out there. 10 miles is Root Eye. Schofield Pass. Those are mountain blocked at 12 miles out. Nobody's coming across those below 12,000 feet. Everybody is for maximizing safety. I want people to get training. I want people to understand how it's doing. But I want the airport also to see that they need to be able to figure out how, when somebody violates that safety, whether it be a 95-foot wingspan or in the most recent cases of after hours or in situations where planes operate late, that they know how to operate the court system and enforce that, which I feel like they haven't done. And I've been in law enforcement for 27 years.
I hope you're going to wrap it up here.
I'm sorry. I a couple more things. One is he put in, I finally got to read the proposal in its sub-category, immediate turn on compliance. Again, we're putting in things in this safety proposal that are pilot-based, and there's no way to measure it because the takeoff on the Lindsay 9 goes out, you turn to 343, then you climb to 9,100 feet, and then turn left. That's when their turn is. And I've had the tower tell me both ways, and that's really the tower's job to do that.
One more thing.
Okay, the last thing I would say is if we're going to change this runway to handle something as large as an A220 300, even the 100, The safety task force should be tasked with saying that that airplane is safe to operate in and out of here. Okay? It should be able to prove its performance, single engine, second segment climb, all things that are mandatory that the FAA will say down the road. You've seen that they've tried it with the 175, and you can see what it is. But before we spend $42 million, that's what they spend in Rifle, I think, updating their runway, let's make a decision whether that plane can really even come in here.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Anybody online, Russell? Is there anybody online who would like to comment on this? Anything from the commissioners? Well, I'll close the public hearing, and then anything from the commissioners? No? Oh, Steve?
I wanted to ask a question about what I consider to be very unsafe flying, and that is by the military jets, Air National Guard or Air Force Academy training jets that buzz the town periodically. It seems like they maybe buzz the airport. Are they, when they are flying in our vicinity, are they in contact with the control tower at the airport? Seems to me they're flying very unsafely, and it seems like this committee should be thinking about that and maybe making recommendations about them also. Thank you.
Sure, I can answer that. Yes, they are. Every aircraft that operates in and out of the Aspen Airport has to be in contact with our traffic control tower. One of our grant assurance obligations is we have to be fully open to military or government aircraft. So we are not allowed to restrict them in any way in and out of this facility. So there's kind of two parts to that.
Not enough for you, Steve?
Well, I guess I would, as a citizen, express my displeasure. The military jets make me feel less safe rather than more safe in protecting our national security. And they make a huge amount of noise, not just I've been in the city of Aspen when they fly really low over town. Seems to me they're lower than is allowed by FAA regulations. Same way in the backcountry, they'll be flying down valleys, like probably practicing flying in mountainous terrain, but I don't like it. I express my displeasure right now. That's all.
Okay, we're noting that, Steve. Well, I'm going to look for a motion from somebody.
I'll be glad to make a motion to approve the resolution, the board accepting the recommendations of the Pickens County Airport Advisory Board Flight Ops Safety Task Force.
I could second that, and I'd love to have a little discussion.
You had something more to say?
Well, I just flagged a couple of things. One regarding Walter Chi mentioned that how the FBOs offer courses to pilots, and it seems like maybe that's already happening and is something that should be done. But I just wanted to flag that because I thought that was certainly a practice that I'd love to see continue. And then the other suggestion he made just at the very end was just regarding understanding the safety criteria for any new aircraft coming in here. I wanted to understand that better because it's a good question. We want to make sure we're building an airport that's going to accommodate planes that can still fly safely in here. It seems like an obvious thing, but he brings up a good question. How do we respond to that?
Well, it's up to the aircraft operator to determine whether an aircraft is safe to operate in and out of the airport. It's not something that the FAA really oversees because every situation is different and how they load that aircraft, all that. And I think it's, again, important to keep in mind that the A220, 100 or 300, those are just design parameter aircraft for this airport. Doesn't mean that aircraft will or will not operate in and out of here. It's just from a design standpoint for size, weight, other things, but it's not really targeting that particular aircraft. It's that, from a planning perspective, that type of aircraft with those types of amenities or whatever you want to call them, of weight, size, wingspan, all that kind of stuff. That's all it's doing. So as far as whether that aircraft comes in and out of that, that's completely operator-based.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting.
And I just add in, during the vision process, there was preliminary assessment done for commercial aircraft based on weight and likely performance characteristics, because some of them were still in design, about whether they would be able to operate as commercial. There's not an assessment of general aviation aircraft for all the reasons that Dan brought up.
Got it. That's it for me.
Okay, well, we have a motion by Steve and a second by Greg to approve this, and now let's vote on it.
I'll offer a little discussion, not discussion, just comments. You know, I want to thank everyone who's taken the time to read all of this and weigh in on these recommendations that are before us today, as well as the, you know, multiple hours that people have sat in front of us during work session and public hearings to help us understand what exactly we are considering today. I definitely have to remark that I learn a lot in this seat, and probably the last few hours have been some of the most dense. And so I do appreciate that, and I appreciate all your expertise. I really think what we are considering today is a movement from a status quo that relies on FAA rules, air traffic control towers, experience or non-experience of pilots, best practices in a fashion that may or may not be coordinated and organized, to a space where we are trying to be more coordinated and more organized in how the community uses the airport safely. I do think we have a safe airport. I think this will elevate the safety of the airport. And I see this as a kicking off of a formal rulemaking process. I don't think we are the rule makers in many of these scenarios. I kind of see this as an endorsement to ask our federal partners to embark on rulemaking in a way to make our airport safer in a way that we've not asked them to do formally in the past. And so I think there's always work to do. I think the needle has room to move further. I am very grateful for the commitment for folks in this room and otherwise to help continue to move that needle. But I regard this as an improved position for the community and how the airport serves the community. So I'm happy to support these. And I recognize that we'll learn more. We'll be able to drill down more and iterate more as these individual recommendations start to take more detailed shape.
Well said, Kelly, thank you. I also want to thank everybody who works on this. I realize you're all doing it without compensation. It's a lot of time on all sides, everybody who's involved with the airport, so thank you all very much. I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of this resolution, just to remind us, we're voting to approve the resolution for recommendations for the Advisory Board Flight Op Safety Task Force for flight operation safety enhancements at Sardi Field. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm reading your lips. Okay, good. It passes 4-0
Yes,
to
yes.
nothing.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you for your time and support.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Do pilots have a mute on their mics when they're talking to the air traffic control tower?
Push to talk.
It's the opposite. Thank you.
It's better. My water quickly.
Okay.
Be right back.
Yeah, I need a quick.
All right, looks like we're taking a 5-minute break, Andorra. We'll be right back. This is not a full-on break, just a short one. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, August 9th. We are moving on to a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners appointing Mark Bergman as an independent referee or hearing officer to sit on behalf of the Board of Equalization to hear taxpayers' appeals of the Pitkin County Assessor's valuations. Jeanette.
Hey, Jeanette Jones. I'm from the manager's office. And joining me at the table today is an important person to you all. I'd like to introduce to you Sam Engen, who is your new clerk to the board.
Oh,
nice to meet you.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
So, and she jumped right in there. I want to really say my appreciation to Sam that her first day was the first day that we started having to schedule Board of Equalization hearings. And she just jumped in there with her shirt sleeves pulled up and really has done a great job. And I very much appreciate what she's done and what she's doing. And just to make you all aware, we're encroaching on 2,500 plus appeals. We may get to the 28 mark that we had in 2009. So it's been really busy. And yeah, and we're going to continue. We have all the hearings scheduled up through September 12th. If you all recall, a couple of weeks ago we were here getting an extension from the August 7th deadline to September 12th to be able to get all the taxpayers into a hearing, and it was a challenge to find spots for all of them. And what we have done is we have double scheduled, and there's a couple of reasons we need to appoint Mark today, or ask for your consideration to appoint him. Two of our hearing officers thought we expected that we would be done August 7th, and having to go to September 15th, they had vacations and one thing and the other going on. So we've had, last week, I think or 2 weeks ago, you appointed Kim Tarver, and now we're asking you to appoint Mark Bergman as a hearing officer so that we can get all these hearings finalized by September 12th. And that's
Sounds like a
why
good
we're
idea to
here.
me. Any questions? I think we're more than happy to do this.
Good.
It says it's a public hearing, but I imagine there really isn't any public comment out there on this. Any comments from commissioners? All right, I'll look for a
Good luck,
motion.
Godspeed.
Just a point of clarification, it's September 15th is the
What did I say?
You said the 12th? We're so close, but
50.
just so there's no confusion.
We need those extra days.
We've been working with so many different dates.
You guys are doing a Herculean task.
I do have a question. Because the final date has been pushed back, how does that affect the other dates for the appeals? Say if somebody takes their appeal to a higher level, are they going to necessarily have missed a deadline to do that? There's still room to make your appeals, say if they want to take it farther
And
to the
I
state.
did talk to Laura about that right before the meeting. I wanted to make absolutely sure because we've had these questions posed to us by different consultants and attorneys, and everything is pushed out accordingly.
Okay, so the
And-
process isn't short-stopped by this extension.
Correct. And Jeanette is in the process of providing notification to the Board of Assessment Appeals as well as the district court, so they are clear that Pitkin County has extended that deadline.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Good question, Greg.
All right, hopefully somebody's going to make a motion to approve the
I'd make a
appointment of Mark
motion that,
Bergman.
to the board that we appoint Mark Bergman as an independent referee hearing officer to sit on behalf of the Board of Equalization to hear taxpayers' appeals to Pitkin County assessors' valuations.
1 second.
Any further comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye,
Aye.
and welcome, Sam.
Okay.
Thank you. 4-0, and thank you to Mark Bergman.
Yeah. A blessing. Thank you.
Thank you,
all.
Jeanette. All right, these are public hearing second readings, and the first one is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing and approving the amended trail easement between the Board of County Commissioners and Crystal Basin Holdings, and Paul will talk to us about it once again. It
Yes.
seems like we've seen it a lot.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, just briefly, there were no changes to this proposal from first reading. This ordinance really approves an existing trail easement with the private property owners of Coal Basin Holdings.
Crystal Basin?
Crystal Basin Holdings, LLC. I knew something was wrong. And it gives them the ability to build approximately 4.5 additional miles of pedestrian and mountain bike trails. And it captures our previous agreement from 2018 that the county will hold that trail easement to make sure that it is always a public asset and give some oversight by our rangers if they need. And I can bring up a map or answer questions, whatever you like.
Do you guys want to see a map of this again?
I just had a quick question. I know we discussed e-bikes there last time, and they had, I think it was upon their discretion that e-bikes could be allowed or not. Is that right?
I think it was with, it was their discretion, but also with a study of some kind.
With what? Did you
There, I think there was a study involved. They needed to do, I can bring it up here. But it essentially just didn't shut the door to e-bikes. It just said they're not going to have e-bikes now, but if there's a plan that shows that it's acceptable, they can allow e-bikes.
Will they have to run that through you, or will they just do it?
Yeah, it would have to be an adjustment to their operating plan, which Picken County will have to sign off on.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that language is no motorized uses will be allowed on trails specified for mountain biking, although Class 1 pedal assist e-bikes may be allowed following adequate study of the impact of this use and compatibility with existing uses. And then it would go back to no motorized.
To follow up on that, I would just encourage them to do that study. We're seeing an increase in use of e-bikes and acceptance of e-bikes by the population, but we also have a population who really doesn't like motorized vehicles of any sort on their bike trails. And so we have constituencies who are polarized regarding use of bikes and bike trails. And if they have a private property and they want to do an experiment, this would probably be a good time. So I would encourage them to do that study, and we'll see what happens from there.
And open up that can of
Because we've
worms.
had the can of worms is open. We've had letters from vigorous octogenarians who are real supporters of being able to ride their e-bike in the high country, or even people slightly younger. But then we also have ardent pedal-powered bikers who just are ardently against it. So I kind of think it'd be good to see what it would actually be like to mix them. And if these guys want to do that experiment, I would support that. Thank you.
Okay.
On their nickel.
Sure, it's their park.
Kelly?
I would just like some clarity on what you were just talking about. The language of the easement says the Coal Basin Trails Operations and Management Plan, which shall be done at grantor's expense, shall integrate the recommendations of Picken County OST program, and shall be mutually approved by the parties. Does that mean it would come to us before any changes regarding e-bikes or camping would take place?
Yeah, that's a good question. I might lean on Laura a little bit, but I'm guessing if they are regulations that don't go against our Title 12 regulations, then probably staff can approve that management plan. If they are going to go anywhere outside of those Title 12 regulations, which state, no camping, no fireworks, that kind of thing, then they'd probably have to go to the BOCC for a
specific management.
Yeah, for a change, because it changes the rules in our charter.
And that's correct. Although the board could certainly direct staff if there's something in particular you'd like to come back to you. Staff tend to be willing to bring that to you. So if you've got direction for them, it's helpful to share that.
Yeah, I mean, I think camping and e-bikes is appropriate, which it already says. I just wanted.
Are inappropriate? Is that
Are
correct?
appropriate, because it requires updates to the management
Appropriate to come back to us.
Right.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? Okay, let's make a motion.
It's a public hearing.
It is a public hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to talk about the bike trails up in the Crystal Basin? Anybody online? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners. Any further comments here? Somebody make a motion.
No, it's been on my list to try and get up there this summer, and I haven't made it yet. Have you taken your kids?
I have not.
Okay. But I will move to approve ordinance of the BOCC authorizing and approving the amended trail easement between the BOCC and Crystal Basin Holdings.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Passes 4-0. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
And finally, this is a land use public hearing, resolution denying the Redstone Pasture LLC request for visually constrained and constrained site TDRs. And this has been continued from April 10th, and we're finally here.
All right. I'm Tammy Cochin, planner, Pitkin County.
Can you have to speak a little louder for me to hear you, please?
Okay. It was. Okay. So the board will recall first.
Actually, I just remembered I have to say something first.
Sure.
So I did receive a phone call from my son Ty the other day, and he didn't tell me what he was about to talk to me about it until he started talking to me about it, and he told me that he had been in conversation with Tim Nislanik, who had said that even though they think they're entitled to 2 TDRs, they would settle for 1 TDR, and that was when I said, whoa, I can't hear this. So now you guys know that too.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, sorry, go ahead.
All right. So the board will recall first hearing the Redstone Pastures LLC application for 1 constrained TDR and 1 visually constrained TDR back in March. During that meeting, staff went through Chapter 7, the development standards of the code, and determined that the parcel was developable. However, due to the presence of significant wildlife habitat, historically irrigated pastures, and the proximity to Highway 133, staff determined that mitigation conditions would likely be placed on any kind of activity envelope for development. For example, the activity envelope would be limited to no more than 2.1 acres. Construction timing would likely be limited to about 6.5 months a year due to the proximity to that wildlife habitat. And then other common scenic mitigation techniques would be required of any kind of development, such as screening or doing architectural designs that would minimize scenic impacts from Highway 133. So during that March meeting, the board directed the applicant and Open Space and Trails to explore alternatives, alternative options for the property in terms of a conservation easement. And it's my understanding that OST staff and the applicant did explore that potential but did not reach an agreement on such an acquisition. So this land use application is still before you, and the BOCC is requested to make a determination on whether the parcel is undevelopable or severely restricted under the land use code, as they previously heard, and make a determination if the parcel is not developable or severely restricted. They may determine that the principles of equitable mitigation merit the issuance of any TDRs, 1 or 2. Is what they originally asked for 2, and I think they have said that 1 is acceptable as well. So, and with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
And were Tim and Bill and Willie going to present as well?
What was the question?
Do you guys I was wondering if you guys were planning on presenting along with Tammy, or?
I flunked last time. Tim's going to talk.
Tim's talking, and then we'll pick it up from there.
Do you want to talk first? Or?
No, you go ahead. You got the main program.
So, first of all, Tim Nislanik, I'd like to thank all of you for continuing this matter for us and putting us on the agenda today. I'll keep this presentation short and to the point, as it's been continued since we thought it was a February 22nd meeting. I don't know if it was March or...
A long
We
time.
assumed, a long time ago. The first point I'd like to make is that there's 6 families that rely on this property as part of their livelihood. Only 3 of the families actually own shares in the property. We're the minority. The majority of the owners no longer own cattle, but still own their respective shares in the property. They have allowed the ranchers the opportunity to approach you guys and see if there was a way we could preserve their land so that ranching could continue and receive enough money to buy them out. If we fail, they have the votes needed to put the property up for sale. That would end our ability to run cows in Redstone. We cannot use this permit without this property. Until last year, there were 8 separate parcels dividing the 68 acres. We've since spent a significant amount of money to combine the properties into the Redstone pasture to make it easier for the county to conserve. In that meeting in February, we asked for 2 TDRs. We thought that that was fair for this property because of the constraints put forward by the Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the county staff. The constraints brought forward by the county staff put the only building lot in the most vital part of our cattle operation. As you know, you denied our request for 2 TDRs, but offered an alternative. You asked for, and we gave you an amount our group agreed upon and felt was more than fair for a conservation easement. We did not hear back until early July when Pickens County Open Space and Trails staff informed us that the property had no conservation value and they had no interest in conserving this property. A decision we found puzzling, to say the least, given the important scenic and wildlife benefits of this 68 acres, and even more so as the values are multiplied when you consider all the prime acres of agricultural land in Redstone that the Redstone pasture helps keep viable. Oh, shoot. I gotta turn it over. We know the conservation value of this property is enormous to the citizens of Pickens County, as you have received many letters of support from a number of them. It's valuable to the county itself and to the ranchers that survive off the property. 2 of the families that run cattle on the property have placed conservation easements through Pickens County Open Space and Aspen Valley Land Trust on their home ranches. They did this as they believed the county would do the right thing and always protect agriculture. If this board does not help us in protecting the land, 2 of the families will lose their cows because they will have nowhere to run them during the summer months. The other families will lose a large portion of their summer pasture, affecting their entire cattle operation. Although we disagree with your denial of 2 TDRs, we believe it is imperative we do something to preserve the land the way it's been used for the last 84 years and to protect the livelihoods of these longtime local ranching families. Today, I ask you to reconsider our original proposal for 2 TDRs. If this can't be agreed upon, please at least grant us 1 TDR. Thank you for your help.
Thanks, Tim. Anybody else want to
Any
speak?
questions?
It's on.
Need technical help. I'm just here to answer questions if you got any.
Question?
Yeah.
And I don't know if our question would be for open space. I don't know if Paul's part of the, I'm trying to remember, because this has been going on for a while. I was under the impression that the county or open space was prepared or had made an offer to the landowners for the land based on an appraisal for the land. And that offer was turned down by the owners. It wasn't that we didn't make an offer or weren't interested in conserving the property. It's just, this is more about money than it is about preserving the land, because I think we all share those values. What I was under the impression was that the appraisal or the offer made by open space wasn't acceptable to the sellers. And I'd like to get some clarification on that.
Could I clarify that for you, Greg?
Please.
Well, I think they're kind of two time frames we were talking about. The only appraisal I know that was done in 2018, I think, by Mike Nash, after he consulted with one of the 8 owners. Dale had consulted with one of the 8 owners, and that owner, I think, I don't know whose mistake was, if it was his or Dale's, but he implied he was speaking for the group, but we hadn't formed a group yet, and so there was no thing. That appraisal set, we thought, a very low number, but there was no offer at that time. Since our meeting, I thought was February 22nd, we could be wrong, but we gave a number, as the commissioners asked us to. I called Rye and gave him the number after consulting with all our members. In July, Dale called me, because we're talking of lots of things, and said that his job was to inform me that they saw no conservation value on the property and weren't interested in buying it. Didn't mention a lower price or anything. So we have not turned down an offer from open space. We haven't got one.
Yeah. So I could fill in a little bit more as well from the inside. I had suggested that we make an offer back, that we don't just say no. And I don't know why that never happened. I feel like there was less than thorough follow-through from our side, because I just felt like it was not handled in a way that I thought could have increased dialogue between us and Redstone Pastures. So, because there was no counteroffer made to the 1.5 million suggested by Bill.
Got it. Okay. I think if I could follow my questioning. So the original initial recommendation from the staff was that this is not a constrained site, and you have a marketable piece of property which you could sell on the open market. If your group was to sell that property, you'd receive the proceeds and go your merry way, right? That's still an option for you.
If we want to retire.
Well, right, yeah, I understand. You want the benefit of the property to keep using it as you always have, but you want us to buy it from you in one way or another. And when I say buy, I include TDRs that way, because I have to say a TDR, the value doesn't come from heaven or someplace. It's part of the commons. It's part of the public asset of this community. And if you get a TDR and you sell it for whatever price, that implies we're going to take an expense elsewhere in the community, whether it's from a larger square footage that needs to be mitigated somehow or somewhere. So it's not free money, right? So my concern about putting TDRs out there has always been, what are we actually doing? So if you were to sell the property and get a free market value for the property, it wouldn't involve TDRs. It wouldn't involve landing TDRs in some other place that you find less offensive than that property. It might be a cleaner way to do it. So I did want to ask, why isn't that being considered?
Well, if we sell the property, you're going to get the same square footage or more by the person who's going to build the house there. So the question is, do you want to see, in our minds, yeah, we can sell the property, but you're going to lose 84 years of history and ranching families are going to go away. What's the cost of that to this community?
You know, you're all
I'd
prepared
answer
to
that
do that,
a little differently if I could, Greg, is running, everyone used to run their cows right up 133 and drive them up there and drive them back down. We had corrals on Gus Darian's right across from the Carbondale Firehouse where we'd sort them into different ownership. As you can imagine, it's more difficult to drive 380 head down 133. We could not operate the permit without these corrals and horse pasture for the rider we hire to take care of the cows and move them to where they want to be and should be, maybe should be more than want to be, throughout the summer. But if we don't have those corrals at the base of the permit, we can't utilize the permit. We can't just come off the permit and dump them on 133 and come down. I would have the closest corrals to sort them, but it would just make the permit impossible to use.
Right. You have a question, but the last question I would have is, why don't the people who want to use the property buy out the ones who don't need it anymore and go back to business?
Because the owners who don't want to read it look at what I call the real estate porn in the local papers and have high sense of value for that and or not. We have an agreement. I have an agreement with them that I will buy, offer on the table. I will buy them out if we can take the development value off the property. But I can't put my money in there at fair market value of the property today.
None of us can.
None of us can.
I have another question, but I can wait for Kelly.
Sorry. I guess I would just say, I just want to clarify that I think when we visited an acquisition conversation, that the Open Space Board thought we were too far apart, that we wouldn't get to a place on price that would be agreeable. And I think that's what my memory is of this. Again, we're all like pulling on recorded memory here, for why there wasn't a counteroffer made. I do wonder, and this is probably for Tammy, is this property subdividable? Could they divide out the portion of the parcel that is developable and retain the constrained?
It is ours. You potentially could subdivide, but they would have to obtain a secondary development right. And right now there's only, that small area that's developable. So highly unlikely that they would be able to compete in growth management to get that second development right.
Well, but they don't want a second development right. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's one development right retained on the 2 acres, and then that could be sold off for retention of the other.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, and I'm refreshing my memory too. So this is actually, they're located in 2 zone districts. Sorry, I'm reading my resolution. So they're in the AR10 and the RS30 zone district. So, and Laura might have to help me out, but typically our code says the most restricted zone district standards apply.
I can't hear
so
you.
They wouldn't necessarily be able to subdivide with that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, can't subdivide.
Because I thought it was
AR10.
68 acres.
Because they're located within the AR10 and RS30 zone district.
That's correct.
I'd like to go back to the original meeting where you guys had said you didn't think it was constrained because you were able to parcel out this little sliver of developable land out of the whole 68 acres. And I disagreed with you at that time and think it is a constrained lot. For one thing, that little piece of property that was sort of said, well, you could build here, is right on the highway. And it is also in the pasture that is used to where they separate the cows and use use that pasture as part of their operations. So if it were developed, if they were to sell it off, which doesn't sound like they can do, it would definitely interfere with the operation for the rest of the property. But mostly at that time, before I was aware of that, I felt like it was a very constrained piece of property because of the calving grounds, the flood area, the possible flood area, and the winter range and the steepness of some of the property. So I felt at that time that it was a constrained lot, but we had discussed that we thought there was going to be another way to conserve it besides granting the 2 TDRs. But unfortunately, we don't all have exactly the same memory of what happened with the OST board, but that hasn't come to fruition. So in my opinion, I feel that this is a really important piece of property for conserving ranch land in the valley. Not just this 68 acres, which are, by the way, incredibly beautiful and are not around other houses. I know one person had said at one time, well, there's lots of houses on the highway. Well, there aren't a lot of houses right near this piece of property on the highway. It's a really beautiful and scenic section of the Highway 133, and we own property across the river, so I think it would add considerably to our preservation of the upper end of the valley to not have this piece of property developed. But aside from this piece of property, which is a pretty nice piece of property, it would definitely affect, as Tim has pointed out, the livelihood of the ranchers who use Voorhees Creek to access their summer pasture. Because it just is not viable to run cattle only on bottomlands. We just don't have enough bottomlands in the valley to support the agriculture that is currently being supported by summer pasture. So for me, it's very worthy of conservation. And since we don't seem to have any kind of counteroffer, I do think that 1 TDR is a reasonable way to go. We've given TDRs for much less value to the county and to the citizens of the county. And I committed at that time to finding a way to conserve this. I still feel committed to that. And I hope that we'll be able to move forward on protecting this piece of property and the ranchers who use it. Steve?
So, France, you stole most of the words out of my mouth. I've had much the same thoughts, and I remembered in our previous discussions that you and I think Patty also felt like that this did look like a constrained lot, and so I started looking at the maps very carefully this morning. If you look at the different maps, one of them is the very steep slopes that are in the red over 40% or 40 degrees, whatever that 40 number is. A little part of it is in the floodplain from the Crystal River. There's the 100-foot setback from Voorhees Creek. There's the irrigated land, which theoretically they would be allowed to put a house on part of the irrigated land, although I have always defended irrigated land and said it should not be built upon or have roads put on it or anything unless it's absolutely the last resort. It's within 1/4 mile of the Elk Critical area. If you add all of these constrained things together, to me, it looks like there's only one place you could put a house on the whole property that would make sense. And that's right where the corral and the loading chute is. Keeping it off the irrigated land, away from the creek, set back far enough away from the highway. So everybody driving up to our historic village of Redstone, that we've put so much effort into preserving what is around Redstone and the coke ovens and all that, then you would see a brand new house sitting right there in the scenic view plane from Highway 133. That's to say nothing about the preserving the ranches that are located elsewhere in the Roaring Fork Valley. And I don't think people realize the importance of big parcels of ranch land in the Roaring Fork Valley that provide really valuable feed for wildlife all year round. Sometimes it drives you guys nuts because you get the elk down in there now that you didn't probably used to get elk down in your alfalfa fields, but that's happening now when you're trying to grow hay. All these things put together to mean to me that even if our Open Space and Trails Board did not see the conservation value of this one piece of property, I see it as a very important piece of agricultural land with great conservation value. And to me, it deserves to be called a constrained site that should not have a house built on it. And I will leave it at that. I think if we gave one TDR at least for the restrained site and said no house can be built on this property, I think that could achieve our objective. So you can count me as a vote for doing the constrained site TDR.
Which would be a vote against the resolution today. The resolution
Yes.
today is to deny it. Then what do we do?
Question for Paul?
Well, it's a public hearing, just to remind you.
Yeah, well, I'm going to hear more from these guys too, but I mean, can you take 2 steps in one day?
Well, it depends on how far you guys go.
Yeah, okay. All right, do you guys want to comment more before the public hearing? Or
I had a list of things I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear back from, I'm sorry, Dale's not here. He checked in via phone with us yesterday, but I know he's on vacation, so we can't expect him to. But Paul's here, and that should be plenty good enough. I want to hear the position from OST's board and staff and their position regarding the value of the property, and a little bit of the history on our request that it be appraised, because apparently you're going off a 2018 appraisal, and why hasn't this property been appraised? That's the first question. If an offer was made or a suggested offer was made, I'd love to hear what that was. And so I'm going to go, give me a moment to digress into the TDRs again, but one of the questions I have is, if we give a TDR for a property like this, and it's worth probably more than the appraised value, the marketable value, what is that going to do to the valuations of other conservation-worthy properties in the area? If we're trying to conserve land, ranch land, we're trying to conserve critical habitat. If we start inflating the values of conservation lands by handing out TDRs to people, why would anybody sell us a conservation easement if they think they can get a TDR and make a lot more money? That's one of the questions that bothers me about these. And I'm not against doing what's been proposed today, but I want to understand this, because this isn't about ranching, it's not about the families and the land. I think we all support and appreciate ranchers and the land and what they've done for the land, but this is about money here, is how I see it. Okay? If you can get a lot more money for your land through a TDR, why wouldn't you go that route rather than just sell it, right? Part of the what we're getting out of this really is not much. Nothing really changes. This is an important access point for the backcountry, but I don't hear the owners of this property allowing the public any access to the backcountry. In fact, it's been, I think, explicit that you wouldn't. So what are we getting here? What is the public getting for the use of this? That's how I understand it, and we'll. I know if it had been proposed that wouldn't it be great to get access to the gulch behind there, but that's not part of the deal, right? So I'm worried about hyperinflation of conservation-worthy lands in our rural parts of the county. If you can get a TDR for a low-value piece of land, why wouldn't you?
Sure.
And I applaud your efforts, but that's where my skepticism is. So anyway, I'd like to hear from Open Space, and because it's possible after all these months I've forgotten something or missed something or misunderstood.
Sure. Thanks, Greg. And yeah, I'm pinch hitting in a very serious situation here, so I'm going to be a little careful because I'm not Dale Will. But Open Space and Trails, staff and board, without getting into what was discussed in our executive session, I think we recognize that there's definitely conservation value. I think the constraint, the map that was produced with this application shows that wildlife habitat and irrigated acreage. The only thing I can really say is when it was brought to Open Space and Trails Board, knowing that there is some conservation value there, they just chose not to pursue it as a purchase with the funds.
At any price?
Well, I don't know if that was discussed. I think there were just other priorities.
Right. I recall suggesting or asking for an appraisal just so we understood what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's kind of discouraging that it hasn't happened to me. It's a land deal. At the end of the day, this is a property deal, and it's about money. And we want to see ranchers prosper and cows prosper and elk prosper, right? But it's kind of about money now.
Yeah. And beyond anything else, I don't think I can say anything else. I'm obviously being very careful, but I'm happy to
I
help
would
any
respond
other
to
way.
your thing about the value of it as, though, because I feel like this does have significant conservation value, and that the price of a TDR, I mean, yeah, the whole extra square footage and everything aside, but you're saying it's an inflated price of the conservation if they sell a TDR for that? Well, I don't think it is inflated. I mean, the property is insanely expensive now, and so conserving it is also expensive. So I think one TDR for 68 acres, and if you take out the hillside, you're down to like 30-something acres, is not inflated by any means.
Well, you're making your own appraisal based on your perception. What I'm asking for is an appraiser to give us an appraisal.
Yeah, we asked for that months ago and we didn't get it, so.
Right, okay, well, I would make a motion to continue this until, one, we can have Open Space and Dale here to talk about it, to a date certain, but I don't feel comfortable with this.
See, I think that our doing a TDR as the BOCC is bypassing open space. So I think that's our only route right now without open space being here and explaining why we didn't get an appraisal or why there wasn't a counter offer to Bill when he made his offer. But so by doing a TDR, I think the BOCC is taking the decision in our own hands and deciding that the agricultural preservation that this represents is part of our core values as the county, and that this is our opportunity to stand by that.
I appreciate your stance on that, and I agree with you regarding the conservation. I certainly want the same outcome. I just want the citizens of the county to understand that they're getting the best deal that they can for a piece of property.
Steve? Oh, did you want to speak? One of you, I heard
yeah.
something.
Let Steve go.
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
One thing that hasn't been talked about is the square footage of a TDR. So if we gave one TDR for this and the land was sterilized, they would be giving up 5,750 square feet of potential residential construction in exchange for one TDR, which is worth currently 2,500 square feet. So we're actually reducing the total square footage of residential potential in the county. So to me, that's just one more thing that is a good thing. I've thought of one other thing, looking way down the road, and something that we might want to put into a contract with the owners of the property. And that is, in the future, if cattle ranching is no longer viable anywhere in the Roaring Fork Valley, the remaining owners of the Redstone pasture no longer are running cattle in Coal Basin. They have no use for this land anymore. At that point in time, the county would have perhaps a right of first refusal to take over the property at some reasonable or predetermined kind of a price from the owners, and then it could become a public amenity as a trailhead. Now, this might not happen for 100 years or something. I hope, maybe it never happens, but to me, I could see this land could have great value as a trailhead or a picnic area for the public or something, if it was no longer being used for a cattle operation. So that's something to consider as a possibility, that, maybe we'd have that be a part of a contract with the cattlemen.
Could I answer that, Francie?
Yes.
Yeah, Steve, I think that's a really valid point. It's something that Dale and I talked about. We never got to an offer, but I put that on the table for Dale, and because I thought that was a great deal, that we would sell it to the county today and retain the right to use this property, have a exclusive use for as long as we were running cattle on the permit. The roadblock we ran into, that every appraiser said, we can't put a value on something with an indeterminate time frame. And Dale said, well, tell me if you want it for 10 years or 15 years or 25 years. And I said, I don't want to write the obituary for the cattle industry. Who knows? I hope it's 250 years, but I don't know, and we couldn't find a date certain to do. But I think that, I already offered it, that they would have ownership of some time in the future. If we're not running cows there, it doesn't make sense. But I don't think any of our sharper members would give away a right of first refusal. I think every advisor will tell us that will devalue the property. But the understanding, I think, makes a lot of sense, that that would be the future. If, and that is a big if the county could work to protect the wildlife behind it. And it's not just the 5 of you here today who will be making that decision. There'd have to be something that we would guarantee the wildlife, because today we are hearing from CPW local staff, don't open it up to the public. We're being told that very clearly. It's too important for them.
And just, if I may.
I was just waiting for all the public comments to finalize, and then I have some questions.
Tim, did you want to?
If I may, just to go further with that point, and Steve pointed it out, right now we've got all these elk in our field, and they're calving there. And the reason is because the public is up where they used to calve constantly. That's why we're trying to protect this The public can get into Voorhees Creek. We can't stop it. But we can stop a trailhead and that makes it easier for them. They can get to wherever they want up there. We can't stop them. But it's hard. If we put a trailhead right here, them elk got to go somewhere to calve. We're protecting them, too.
I think I will open the public hearing, and Willie, we'll hear from you.
Okay. I think TDRs are still a valid opportunity. I'll just read what I have. Once again, I thank you all for listening to us,
And also, would you say your name for the public?
Willie Fender, with the Redstone Pasture Association. As a realtor once told me, buy land, they don't make it anymore. This is a chance for Pickens County to save important land that do two things. Saves open space between the north and south entrance of Redstone. Help save the last few remaining ranchers, giving them the ability to run their cows on the forest as we have for over 80 years. I believe that it is a win-win situation with two of the county's goals of, one, protecting the ground, two, keeping the last of the ranchers able to continue in the Roaring Fork Valley. I realize you are reevaluating your TDR program at this time, but I believe our application was submitted under the old existing program. I also believe that there was a TDR granted for a historic chicken coop in Emma that was once owned by the original owner, S.A. Dosney, who used to own where Orchard Estates is, Bobby Arnold's old place. In fact, my parents bought our ranch in 1960 from them. I think, my belief is we should be granted two TDRs, one for the historic value, over 80 years old. The land is constrained, and I hope we're able to come up with a resolution to save the last few ranchers in the valley, and if we do TDRs, the county won't have to buy the ground, it'll be some private entity. And in 1994, when we saved agriculture in the Roaring Fork Valley, I believe that's when the county came up with the urban growth boundary to take the TDR value from the existing outward ground and figuring out how the uber wealthy, or however you may want to say it, are able to add on to their existing house. So.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to comment? Anybody online?
Thank you once again. But I would like to reiterate what I said at the last meeting. This is the first time in 62 years I hear sell the ground, don't save it. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it.
But
Appreciate
at
your
one
argument.
time, we did get 12 TDRs for 240 acres.
Back when they handed them out like lollipops.
I think if the 68 acres were closer to Aspen, they would be valued at more than one TDR.
Well, my
Go.
neighbor got one for 0.6 of an acre last month.
That's right.
So there needs
We're
a
10
little
times
bit
the
of.
size.
Excuse me, I'm so
I-
sorry.
You know how I voted on that.
I'm sure you did, and I don't disagree. Greg, you and
Voted on
I
it, though,
agree on
didn't
all
you,
our
when it came down
goals.
to?
We differ on the tools.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Kelly?
All right, I'm gonna put this to bed. And I don't love these applications. I share a lot of concerns that Greg has raised related to this. I honor the elements of the code that point to developable acreage on this. However, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Maker, this is a discretionary approval. And I'm going to use my discretion to be critical about the language in the code about how we allow development in severe winter elk range and near in those regions. So I'm going to look to the wisdom of my counterparts who are agricultural experts, which I am not. And I will support an approval for one TDR on this.
And just to clarify, it is discretionary. The board does not need to find that it is a constrained site prior to that discretionary decision.
Got it. If that is acceptable to the applicants today.
Okay, so that would mean that you would vote to deny the resolution today to,
Right.
okay. So,
I had a motion on the
Deny
table.
the denial. You
you have
did?
a motion on the table?
I made a motion. I said that I would make a motion to continue this
Oh.
until we could have further
seconded.
consultation. But it wasn't seconded, but I just wanted to know what we had to do, just to make sure.
It dies if there's
It
no
died.
second.
Okay, just want to make sure.
So, given what Kelly said, and Steve's in my position, I would look for a motion to not pass, whatever the right language is, sorry about that, the resolution to deny the Redstone Pastures LLC.
I will make that motion. I have a question if we need to
At this-
continue this to come back with a affirmative
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
resolution.
Yeah,
We
at
had
this
to get
point,
here
it
first.
would be, it'd be best to direct staff to bring back a revised resolution approving this that will come back before you.
Okay.
Okay? So you made the motion?
I did.
So I need a second.
Or do we continue?
So,
Continue.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'll withdraw my motion to deny, and I will move to continue this land use public hearing of the resolution denying the Redstone pasture to give staff an opportunity to rewrite the resolution in the affirmative, approving one TDR for the severance of development rights off the 68 acres.
And you guys
that
do
right?
need a date.
So we need a date. Is there anybody here who can give us a date? We're gonna have half the county out with COVID.
It might be relevant to take a quick 5-minute break and we can come back with you with a date.
Sounds like a great idea. Take a 5-minute break.
Can I get a second to my
Can I say
motion?
one thing?
Can I get a second to my
Hold
motion?
on, wait, let
I'll
the chair,
second your motion.
Cheryl recognize you. What's that?
Yes, Billy.
One thing I didn't mention is cattle are great at wildfire mitigation. They eat the grass that could catch on fire. And I think another concern that we have about the access of mountain bikers and people going up is there's limited trails that leave up out of the corrals. And so if you've got cattle coming down and a biker going up, the cows are gonna scatter
understand
like
that.
quail. I've seen it. We used to have the hay park Forest Service. I've met people in West Soapers Creek that couldn't find Capitol Creek. And so it's a free-for-all out there.
I appreciate
Okay,
that.
Andorra, we're gonna take a, let's see, it's 3:35. We will be back at 3:45. So everybody can go outside, get some fresh air, and we'll come up with a date for approving a TDR.
I put $20.47 into my parking meter so far, and it expires at 3:46.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 3:41. Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, August 9th. We are in process on item 8. Do we have a date, Tammy?
Yeah, we were gonna recommend September 13th for that.
Oh, that's very far away.
It's only a month.
Be here sooner than you think.
It's
My
just,
kid goes back to school next week.
there's nothing sooner.
Teachers went back today.
There you go.
Oh, because it's the 5th.
Yep, it's one of those where the weeks go.
Okay.
The next meeting you guys have available is the 23rd. Staff would need to get the memo done basically today, which seems unlikely.
Okay.
So the 13th
I
is
understand.
the
Okay.
next realistic date.
All right, so would you want to attach that to your motion, Kelly?
Yes, I will amend my motion to continue the land use public hearing on Redstone pasture to September 13th. For staff to bring back an affirmative resolution supporting one TDR.
We can't see Steve. Is that because Rosa's not here? John, do you know how we can get Steve back?
Steve's gone.
I think he's there,
Yeah,
but
we can't
Rosa's.
see him or hear him.
Are you there, Steve? There he is. Oh, good.
He's back.
Okay. So did you hear Kelly's motion, Steve? She added a date of September 13th to it. Can you hear me, Steve? Uh-oh. He's muted on the,
You're muted, Steve, if you can hear us.
Now we're unmuted. I think.
Say something.
His microphone has an X through it.
I know.
Can you hear us, Steve? Okay.
Okay.
I can now, I couldn't
Oh, good.
until you flipped a switch there.
Okay. So Kelly added the date of September 13th to her motion. And we're looking for a second to that motion.
I'll second the motion.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
All those opposed?
I'll say nay.
Okay, it passes 3-1, so we will see you guys on September 13th.
All right, thank you.
Run.
Yeah.
Run.
Might make your meter.
Beat the cop.
Parking's the worst.
They probably won't show up at exactly the
I want to
moment.
just say that my sympathies lie with everything you guys are trying to do to preserve ranching and cattle and elk and an open space, and I do appreciate that. But I don't think I like the way this process has been conducted, and so that's what I guess my vote might be a protest about that.
If we're allowed to have a beer together and talk about it, I'd love to. There's
Okay,
so
we
much
will.
material
We
there.
will. I'd like to do that too.
After the 13th.
Thank
After
you,
the
Francie.
Before then.
Not before then. Yes, Willie?
I just think it's worth 2 TDRs. I mean, thank you for agreeing for one. But there's not too many things that are 80 years old in this valley. The historic Redstone Castle is 110, the Jerome's 130, the Hotel Colorado's maybe 110. There's no really other than buildings and hotels that are 80 years old in this valley.
Bill fails.
And we have been trying for years, trying to come up with a solution. And as I wrote in my letter that Steve sent to all of you, when we were discussing, it was like a light bulb moment. Using the TDR program, it doesn't cost the county any money. It's a private people are buying the property. So
You
it
know,
just
Willie,
seemed
the
like-
problem is that the TDR program has been used differently than how you think it was originally designed in some ways. And Greg and I think Kelly to a certain extent, have become a little bit skeptical about some of the ways in which TDRs were awarded and requested, people buying property and then saying, oh, it's constrained, even though we felt like they knew it was constrained when they bought it. So, yes, ideally, I think we all agree with you. It was a brilliant idea. Thank God for Cindy Huben and the other people who worked on it then.
Well, it's-
And it's done a lot of good. But I think some of our, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but some of our hesitation has been, it's been torqued and worked. And
No, I agree with that. It's been torqued many times. And one thing, back to your access with bicyclists, it's like Tim There was never, we had some property that's been since bought.
I'm a
We've
little
never-
concerned.
Yeah.
We've closed
Meetings
public
continue.
hearing
Yeah,
and
it's
we
still a
still have a
public hearing.
land
Okay,
use.
yeah,
I
we need
just,
to move
Willie,
on.
I don't, I'm sorry to interrupt. I
Get a
just
chance at
don't
the
want to
next
cloud
meeting.
the process at all.
Yeah, and we have another item still to discuss. Thanks, John. Rescued me.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to a land use action, number 9, ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting amendments to Chapter 6, 3, and 2 of the Land Use Code, amending GMQS and TDR regulations to allow for multiple-year residential applications for new lots and additions under GMQS, and allowing the use of TDRs for both new lot residential development and additions to existing residential development throughout the county. This is a first reading. Willie, you have to let him go. We need him.
What's that?
We need John.
I'm done?
John's on deck.
Oh, you need John?
Yeah.
Well, good. John's a good person.
If you want to, you can.
I'll stick around.
I didn't mean to slow you down. It's like the company.
You're on.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the introduction. I would have jumped down here.
Hopefully you know the introduction.
Okay, good afternoon. What is proposed for the board is the first reading of an ordinance that would affect a series of changes to the land use code that are contained in chapters 2, 3, and 6. The precipitating event for this requested action was the adoption and then effectuation of House Bill 1255. We were or I should say the state at large was successful in getting rid of Senate Bill 213, but didn't fare so well on this particular piece of legislation. The dilemma is that the legislation, although I used the word in my memo being inartfully crafted, and I think I'll stick with that. It is not clear the impact of this particular legislation on the county's land use code regime, including all sections of the land use code, but particularly these 3 chapters involved in these proposed amendments. And the reason for this is that the legislative effort directs itself particularly to development approvals or building permit applications. The county does not regulate those on an annual allotment basis. However, we do have a growth management quota system that does regulate the award of allocations, which allows for many other applications to go forward. So, although I would say the intent of the drafters of the legislation was to affect the ability of the county to administer our GMQS system, it may not have actually grabbed that brass ring. However, that does not mean that our position is particularly strong. I think the arguments that would be necessitated by defending our existing code language may be seen as somewhat tenuous by a reviewing court. By extension, anything that touches or implicates a change or an effect on administration of the GMQS regulations within the land use code affect TDRs. TDRs were created as a means of conferring some value to properties in rural and remote, the rural and remote zone district. It was done back in '95 because the rural and remote downzoning that the county undertook back then was fairly radical, going from what was an almost unlimited house size, depending on how an application could be configured, to 1,000 feet, plus some change for mechanical sheds and such. So the TDR system was an outgrowth of that. To afford meaning to the TDR system, they were related to the growth management quota system, such that you could avoid GMQS by utilizing a TDR. The mechanisms for going through GMQS, the mechanisms for utilizing a TDR have changed through the years several times, but the premise has stayed the same.
the interesting aspect of our TDR system is there is an enormous, really, private investment in the TDR regulation, if you will. The continued viability of TDRs affects a great number of people, including the previous applicant. So the changes that potentially could affect GMQS would ripple into the TDR program quite immediately. So the language that is proposed is to, in effect, roll back time a little bit. The very same language has been used in the past for both GMQS and TDRs. The changes to the GMQS system are to expand the ability to apply more than once in a calendar year. So that there are 2 application periods in a calendar year for residential development, that these 2 application periods can be used for not only new development, but for expanded development of residential properties, use properties. So with that, we come out a little bit more from the grip of 1255.
But is there still a quota? And is it the same quota?
Yes.
And that's inclusive of both application periods?
That's correct, and hence the Q in the GMQS, right?
Yes, but I'm worried about that word in terms of the state.
That's the inherent part. So what we're doing is coming out of what has been explicitly defined and labeled explicit in the state legislation. So what we're doing is maintaining the quota that exists today, but dividing it in half and making half available during the 1 application period in January and the other half available during the 2nd application period in September.
Yeah, I get that, but how does that placate the people who want more growth?
It does not,
Then why are we doing it?
because it placates the people who are interested in preserving growth management in the county.
Okay.
Which is us, I hope.
Yes, which is us. I'm just wondering, I mean, it seems like we're taking these moves to, they're like, what's the word? They're preventative, so that somebody at the state doesn't look at us and say, oh, shame on you, you're not allowing for growth.
I don't know if I would call it preventative necessarily, but should we suffer a legal challenge, I think it enhances our position.
You do, okay.
I do.
Well, you know more
It
about
does
the law than I
not,
do.
it does not protect us in a steel cocoon, but it does more than what we have right now.
It's responsive, certainly.
Say again?
It's responsive to 1255.
And that's a good thing.
Why don't we respond by defending our home rule authorities?
Well, the only ability that we have in regard to home rule authority is that which is conferred to us by the state. We are a subdivision of the state, and we only have those powers that are explicitly delegated to us or other counties as well.
And regulating growth is not one of those?
Regulating growth has, up until Monday this week, has been very much one of those. And the delegation of authority there has been broadly construed by courts whenever local jurisdictions are challenged for exercising their authority under the Local Government Land Use Control Enabling Act. What this does is curb the authority that local jurisdictions have under that act.
Even home rule charter?
Even home rule charters.
Does it say including home rule charter?
It defines local governments as to be statutory or home rule counties, a city and county, or a municipality.
It does say it.
So every local jurisdiction. Please, more questions. I don't have a script to go from, so.
Well, I'm not satisfied with your description of what home rule counties get to do, because we get to do more than just what
There are
all the
things
other
that we can
counties
do
get to
that are enhancements to the abilities of statutory counties. However, those enhancements are not simply grabbed out of the air. Those enhancements have been recognized and conferred by the state. the whole idea of having a home rule county or a home rule municipality is a state construct. It is a delegation of authority. In the past, the state of Colorado has held fast to the idea that many things that the state is in control of through the state's supreme police power, really, should be delegated to local authorities and administered through local authorities, because local authorities are closer in touch to their communities, closer in response to their local constituents and voters and property owners, and that delegation is wholly appropriate. Plus, it allows for local concerns to be expressed. To have one cookie cutter land use code fit and apply to the entire state is silly. And that's the direction the state seems to be bent on through the use of DOLA, the Department of Local Affairs, within the Colorado state government. To recognize that Garfield County is different than Pitkin County is to recognize the expression of their local population through the election of their local officials and what those local officials want to accomplish or not accomplish. That seems to be somewhat at threat. Now,
Why doesn't every county want to be home rule? What do we give up by being home rule?
nothing.
There's certainly a movement afoot for counties and cities to move towards home rule jurisdiction.
Virtually all municipalities are home rule. Only 2 counties have jumped on it.
And there's a difference, right, between municipal home rule in the state of Colorado and county home rule. Generally, county home rule confers the ability to organize the functions of government the way that you want, but it doesn't confer additional powers unless otherwise specified specifically in legislation, whereas municipal home rule in areas not specifically preempted by the state, the actions of a municipal home rule council are equivalent of legislature. That is not true of counties.
That is all correct. The delegation of authority has been much greater for municipalities over the years than for counties. Not quite sure. You can speculate as to why that happened the way it did, but that's the way it is.
Okay, so you got through some GMQS discussion. Should we go on to TDR?
TDRs, the change is to roll the clock back about 3, 4, maybe 5 years, somewhere in that vicinity, such that there is no restriction in the use of TDRs throughout the county. Right now, there is a restriction that TDRs can be used for new development or vacant land development, or however that you might characterize or describe that, only within the UGB of Aspen. The change will allow TDRs to be used for new development as well as for augmenting existing development with additional square footage throughout the county without any discrimination. The reason that this is important is to demonstrate that we do not have a wholly limiting regulation in place that falls within the prescription established by House Bill 1255, is to demonstrate a clear alternative path to obtaining a development permit. TDRs do that very thing, and we're fortunate that we have such a strong program already up and running and in place. We just simply have to broaden it out. And to a situation that existed until recently where we tried to contract the use of TDRs.
So, just as an example, if you decided you suddenly wanted your house to be 7,000 square feet, now, before we make this change, you wouldn't be able to buy a TDR because it's not an appropriate landing site because it's outside the UGB.
No, you would be. Right now, you can use TDRs to augment existing houses in consideration of their size anywhere within the county.
Oh, I thought you said that's what's new.
No, what's new, what's the change is that right now, TDRs can only be used on vacant land within the UGB. This allows TDRs to be used anywhere in the county on vacant land for initial development approval.
Okay.
After going to P&Z and to us, but do we have criteria?
Right now, we do have criteria in place, and with the recommendations of the Growth Committee, I imagine that criteria will be enhanced at some point. But right now, the criteria are in place. There was some angst with the P&Z about that particular change, but with unanimity, they accepted that change under the under the prospects of losing GMQS altogether.
And so they've approved this?
P&Z unanimously approved it in July 25.
Ugh, I'm nervous about this.
Because it changed the potential for landing TDRs in a broader way than it exists now, the P&Z also recommended, and I was going to mention this, I'm glad you brought it up, but also recommended a change in the review process. Right now, receiving sites or landing sites for TDRs are approved by the BOCC. With these amendments, it'll be a two-step process, a recommendation from P&Z and then an ultimate decision by the BOCC.
Okay.
Adhering to strict criteria about how we create new development rights. Right? Yes?
Yes, it broadens how we can create allocations for development within the county. In other words, new development is limited to the UGB of Aspen right now.
And why is that being regarded as a quota?
Well, because if you're outside of the UGB of Aspen, you want to build a house on vacant land, you must go through GMQS. And GMQS does attach a quota as to how many or how much square footage is approved in an application cycle, which is an annual cycle.
You know, wait a minute. The way you just said that, it sounds like you can't build outside of the UGB at all without going through GMQS. But you have a right to have certain things when you buy property.
You can use TDRs outside of the Aspen UGB to augment existing residential structures.
But I mean the original, on vacant land, the original.
The original use for TDRs was
No, before TDRs, just the building rights.
You buy 50 acres, what can you do?
Yeah, exactly.
You can build on it.
Buy 5 acres, 2 acres, 1 acre. You have a right to build 5,700.
Well, it depends. I mean, the property that you're trying to develop has to be a property that was legally created. It can't be.
Yeah, right, okay.
It can't be.
I just thought, I misheard what you said before. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
But still, to get that development right, you still have to go through GMQS
Today.
What?
Right now, GMQS is the only way to build a residential structure on land that is currently undeveloped, if that land is outside of the UGB.
Okay. But if you have a piece of land and or let's say there was a big piece of property and they split it up into 35s, Kelly's favorite thing. And so you get, at that time, you had a development right on that property.
One,
maybe. Exactly.
Maybe. Depends how the original fathering parcel, as it's termed, was created. But, for example, Kelly, the rule of 35s was something that the county resisted. And we resisted it back in the 80s. I can't remember the year, but we took it to court. Or rather, I should say, we were taken to court by a private development up on White Star Ranch. And the county argued that because we were home rule, or we weren't home rule at that time, but because of inherent abilities to regulate land use, that we had the ability to regulate subdivisions greater than 35 acres, and the state couldn't restrict that. That particular litigation was determined in favor of the property owner and set the continuing precedent that local jurisdictions have only those powers explicitly conferred to them. And that's why we suffer 35-acre subdivisions.
So could we also put a similar number of TDRs for which we would allocate in a biannual period on vacant lots outside the UGB so as to sort of prevent
Maybe.
a
but
land
you-
rush. Because
I
you're
would-
gonna suddenly, you could land all these TDRs and suddenly create all this newly developable value that people will sell off.
I'm unaware of anywhere in this county that is not already subject to a land rush, but perhaps there's a corner.
Now it's just a new market.
Maybe is the answer to your question. Could you do that? Yeah, but you get closer to the prohibition
Right.
of
I'm just
1255,
saying,
which
mirror
means
it off what we're proposing for GMQS as opposed to 200 newly developable lots, since that's how many TDRs are floating out there, you know, just get generated in a year.
yeah,
So should we do that
no, we should
between
not.
now and second reading?
No.
So if Jared Polis doesn't get reelected,
Sorry, I'm not telling you what you want to hear, but no, we shouldn't. I mean, I understand the dilemma, and that is the dilemma by having uncontrolled growth, and that is the specter that we are under today.
exactly. So if Polis doesn't get reelected, can the next governor come in and just say, I don't like 1255 and propose something else, and somebody takes it to the legislature and they overturn it?
Hollis can't be reelected. He's 2 terms.
No, 3 is the limit.
Yeah.
He's got 1 more to go.
Certainly someone else could bring something forward in the legislature.
Another governor could certainly do that, exactly, but it would be up to the legislature to
Right.
get behind it.
But obviously Polis would veto it if they did it, so.
If he was still in office, I'm sure he would, but,
So we have to live with this for at least 6 years or whatever now. It's like halfway into his second term, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Unless he runs for president. Okay.
Well, the centralization of decision-making, of control, of financial resource is definitely a troubling trend. But that's
I'm
what we
really
have to deal
troubled
with.
by this.
We have to
I
simply.
mean, in the old days, if we had Republicans take over, if we didn't have a trifecta, they would hate this and they would change it, but who knows now? Whether they would or not, it's like
Well,
the
we've
operator.
talked about this before. I'm unaware of any jurisdiction, red, blue, or purple on the west slope, for example, and that's the only people I've conferred with who support this.
That's true.
Well, except we didn't get Republican votes in committee because they thought this was great for landowner rights.
God.
Well, anyway.
I don't know. I feel like we're giving away more. I'd rather get sued and then be forced to give it away than to give it away.
That was what I was gonna ask, is why don't we wait until we're sued? Wait until something happens, you know, like, is something really gonna happen that's gonna suddenly make us stand out as in violation of 1255? I mean, when you first brought this to us, you thought it would be a lawsuit from somebody whose permit was denied for whatever.
If you don't deny anybody, chances are you won't get sued.
I mean, literally, I think like 200 TDRs could just plop down.
On vacant land.
Yeah. Well, they're out there already.
Yeah, but they're narrow on where they can go. So what is the
Anywhere in the-
criteria for P and Z to say no?
They can go anywhere in the county.
You know?
And with the exception of new development, they have to be limited to the UGB. The restriction is not all that confining. And as we all know, we haven't hit threshold in a while under GMQS. And there are issues with both systems that need to be examined. And both processes are not perfect and work should be done to improve them. But if they are simply tossed because somebody realized there was a glitch in the language and that language is fixed next year,
So if we do.
we
what
may
the-
be looking at considerably greater changes to our regulatory
That's what I
system.
was about to talk about.
This is the softest change that I can recommend and still have as best of a defensible position as we can.
If we go with the growth committee's recommendations and reduce the value of TDRs to 500, but allow people to apply for TDRs to fill the difference between what they've already built and 5,750 square feet, then could could somebody use one of the old 2,500 square foot TDRs hypothetically?
No, there's no such thing
you
as
You guys decide what a TDR is worth square footage wise.
We don't have to honor the 2,500 from people who bought them before?
No. In
So
fact-
people who paid $2 million for a TDR before now only get 500 square feet for that if we pass that?
Right.
It's whatever the land
And people
use
who
code
take $2
says.
million before for a TDR get nothing but a piece of paper if this entire system goes away. And there's nothing to guarantee its perpetuation either through board decision or legislative fiat in Denver.
Well, we're not gonna make all the old TDRs go away. I mean.
Well,
We
what-
won't.
What John is saying is just remember you're not the only one at this
Yeah.
party.
What do you mean by that?
What in part this does is try to maintain the current viability of TDRs and their ability to be used and transacted for a degree of substantial cash, while keeping our ability to analyze growth and determine its merit through board review.
But what threatens TDRs other than us?
Other than us, the state legislature.
But TDRs are growth. Like, why would they?
TDRs have no
Why would they
meaning.
pick on TDRs?
TDRs have they won't. TDRs have no meaning without GMQS.
Oh, I
Their
see.
only utility is as
Yeah,
a
right.
dodge around GMQS. There's nothing else associated with them at all.
But does the language of 1255, which I practically know by heart by now, it doesn't say anything about restricting house size.
It does not.
So it doesn't say, it just says you have to be allowed to bring a application in to get a permit. That's basically what it says. Everybody has a right to bring in an application for a permit, correct? Isn't that what it says?
The language that we're concerned about in 1255 is that local laws that limit the number of permits or approvals for residential development that are reviewed by a local jurisdiction and issued in conformance to a calendar or fiscal year limitation are prohibited.
Right. So, but TDR doesn't affect that at all. That's about house size. So, I mean, we could, if we impose
Why
a
does
certain-
anybody use a TDR?
Why do they do a TDR?
Why are people buying TDRs?
You don't have to
and-
go through GMQS.
Exactly. And now GMQS is potentially on the chopping block here.
But if there were no GMQS, TDRs would still be viable ways of building bigger houses than 5,750 square feet.
With a wholesale change of the land use code, perhaps, yeah. We could affect that. There are other things that we could do, starting with a massive downzoning of the entire county and a house size limitation much smaller that was ever recommended.
What do you mean?
I mean to create a situation where you have continued control over growth and development. You simply have to get away from the way we do business now and invent something else.
Yeah, I
And
see.
the way that would be done, for starters, in my mind, and my recommendation, if you want to do it, can be done, will definitely involve those two radical steps.
Okay, so you're coming to us with this because it's not radical.
It's the
in your
least,
opinion.
it's the least drastic, maybe it's not even drastic, it's simply rolling back the clock. We've done this before. We've lived with this type of regulation for years under previous iterations of the GMQS regulations and the TDR regulations.
You want
So
to
this is the
clarify
least
something.
this is the least extensive change to the land use code that that I would recommend in order to enhance our ability to preserve the code as we have it, and we know it, and we rely upon it.
1255 is designed to be somewhat sweeping in its scope, right? That's why we're talking about it.
That's why it's so short.
This is as tailored a response as could be put together to such a sweeping regulation that is responsive to it, while trying to preserve what this board has historically and traditionally indicated are your goals with your land use code.
But so, is it in our best interest to be responsive to 1255? Is that like
Unless you
putting
want,
the brakes on people who are gonna come to us and say, you haven't done anything?
no, we can stand pat on the code language and roll them dice, see what happens. Your position would be much more tenable than it would be after this amendment, if you adopt this amendment.
With the state, whoever, enforcers,
court.
whoever they are.
The state
It
would not be involved.
It would be a reviewing court.
It would be a private party that would bring a challenge.
Steve has his hand up.
Steve? Thank you.
So I suggest we follow our attorney's advice on the rewrite of this part of the code. It's not the end of the world. It improves our chances of having our program stand up in case of a lawsuit. We're kind of arguing the merits and demerits of 1255 here and of our governor and the legislative process and everything. But I would like to improve our chances that we can keep what we have, and I think this is, for right now, the best thing we can do is to pass this and improve our chances in case there is a lawsuit. And I notice in the news today that Boulder, Longmont, I'm not sure what communities, maybe Lakewood. Lakewood and
Yep.
Boulder, I think, are the two that had to change. They had to get rid of their growth cap things, and a couple of other municipalities are in the process of doing the same because of 1255. So actually, others have been hurt worse by 1255 than we have in terms of trying to control the growth in their communities. So I think we're still in a pretty good position.
Bringing back all the frustration to 1255.
Well, Steve makes Steve makes completely salient points there. And we don't need to waste our time talking about
Okay.
the politics of 1255. It is a reality. Let's deal with it.
I'd make a motion
Greg.
if you're, is this a public hearing?
Yes.
This is not.
Not
Public
a
hearing
public
will be in
it's a Wednesday.
September.
Got it. I'd make a motion that we adopt the amendment to Chapter 6, 3, and 2 of the Land Use Code, amending GMQS and TDR regulations to allow for multiple-year residential applications for new lots and additions under GMQS, and allowing the use of TDRs for both new lot residential development and additions to existing residential development throughout the county. That's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
When
Any more
is second
discussion?
reading?
So, the first meeting in September. I forget that date. I think it's the 13th.
13th.
All right, I will only agree to this to move it to second reading, but I am not a sure thing.
We'll see what happens then.
Okay,
I want
so
more refinement.
all those in favor of moving this to the second reading, please say aye.
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 Thank you. I know it is accompanied by angst,
Thank you, John.
but
Sorry.
there are worse things out there.
Sorry to relitigate 1255. Okay. Open discussion. Attaboy.
I have a question. I am hearing from some housing advocates, proponents, builders, whatever, that not having opted into Prop 123 might cause problems for their access to potential funding. And so I'd like to understand what our timeline is for discussing that. I just signed up for a webinar to understand it more, but I wanna
Yeah, we're going to be
check in
bringing
on
we're going to be bringing that back with a staff recommendation because we have been better understanding, and in fact are meeting with DOLA reps tomorrow with the city of Aspen to discuss the implementation, what's required. I think there's been some confusion about what our obligation would be in that first, is it 3 or 5 year time frame? I can't remember. And so we're seeking clarity on that, and then we're going to bring a recommendation back to the board.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Anything from you, Greg?
Nope, I am completely bereft of functioning synapse.
I know, my brain is so tired right now.
How about for John Peacock? Happy birthday, birthday. It's your birthday. Happy.
What
Woo!
better way to celebrate
John,
than
happy
with us
birthday.
today here?
I know.
That's the Curry family happy birthday
That
song.
was well done.
It's way better than the happy birthday
I totally
dirge.
agree with you.
It is a dirge.
Can you imagine a
People
better
sing it
birthday
so
than
slowly.
to be here with us in this room for 8 hours?
Especially ending on 12:55.
Kind of like, they say it's your
TRs,
birthday.
land use.
I like that one too.
Steve, do you have any open discussion besides happy birthday to John?
No, I would just like to make a motion. I move that we adjourn this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Greg, we're not having an agenda meeting tomorrow at all.
Yeah.